now we should be good.
Hello, people of YouTube! Welcome to the final installment of Friendsim 2.
Yeah. It's been a while. I'm gonna finish promoting this couple places, and then we're gonna
How are...
Okay, cool. Awesome. There we go. Awesome. We have Broadway Stuck, the YouTube channel.
Which of the many Broadway stuck people are you?
Who has access to the
Kay?
YouTube channel?
I'm guessing it's Kay?
So, yeah. Excuse me. I'm gonna share this a couple places and then actually, like, do the thing where we introduce ourselves and all that. Give me a second.
Oh, you accidentally logged into the Broadway stuck account. Nice.
We have the official. Who's on with it? Who's on?
It is
there?
Kay.
Okay, cool.
Well, this is a good
all right.
opportunity to
Sweet.
promote Broadway Stuck at Prom Stuck. Oh, this is...
All right. Yeah. So we're here. Our final stream, most likely.
Yeah. For Friendsim too, at the
For
very least.
well, our final like writers stream. We'll do the.
So we are blinking in and out.
What do you mean blinking in and out?
So it says the stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended, and Aries says the stream's buffering a lot for some reason.
Oh God, not again.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is up with our internet. Like, does this have to do with the new place?
I have no idea. I don't know. Alright. How's it looking now?
I'm up there chewing on the wires, my bad.
I'm gonna swap internets.
Oh, where are you gonna go?
I'm gonna swap to Vriska Zone.
Maybe Vriska Zone will be better. Okay. Oh, our two
Alright.
Wi-Fis are the Marion Lalonde household Wi-Fi and Vriska Zone.
Vriska Zone. Vriska Zone's got a better like signal, so I think that might work. How's it looking now?
It still says warning, but I don't know. Okay, it seems. Let us know if it's like insufferable.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah, we'll see.
For now, I have a feeling you guys will be back at some point. You'll get the Homestuck writing itch at some point. Honestly, I have a feeling that when Act 3 comes out, I, at the very least, will want to do some comic dubs.
Kay says not insufferable. Alright, I think Vriska Zone's holding up better.
Yay, Vriska!
Yeah, I have two Homestuck things I'm working on. One of which is I'm a writer for Befriend Us now. Writing for Redacted, and the other is the 24th Problem, which I will eventually finish. So I think that's gonna be it for Homestuck stuff for me. You know, I don't know, been doing it for a long time.
Aside from Prom Stuck, I don't have any Homestuck stuff.
But
oh, the baking book.
I don't know if I'm gonna do this one. I might duck out of that. I've like got a lot going on, but you know, whatever. Thank you for the congrats on the final. So yeah, let's do our introductions and talk about what we're doing here. So, Anna, who are you?
Hello, people of YouTube. I'm Anna, aka Articulately Composed. You all know me. You are on my channel. Yeah. I don't think I need to introduce myself. You're on my YouTube channel right now. I wrote some of the music. I wrote one of the volumes. I've been hosting the writer streams since the beginning, since our first run.
Yep.
3 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm Janiyah Riley. I'm the game's director, developer, lead writer, and I wrote a good chunk of the routes,
and
including,
also my wife.
and and also your wife. I did a few voices. I did some UI art. I did a lot for this
She
game.
did most of the game. It's her
I
game.
did not do most of the game.
You did most of the
I did most of the... I did the majority of the writing. I did a lot of... I did all of the programming, but I did none of the visual stuff for the most part, except some backgrounds. But yeah, no, a lot of people did a lot of things for this game.
And you did a bunch of voices.
I did several voices, but we also have like a 40-person cast. So.
We do.
So yeah, right now it's just us. We have kind of an open system here where any members of our cast and crew who feel like jumping in at any point are welcome to do so. So you might get some other people popping in from time to time. We're gonna go through the game. We're gonna play the final volume. We're gonna talk about the game. We're gonna talk about the final volume. We're going to answer your questions, I guess, if you have any. Just kind of talk in general. So, like, I guess before we get started, thoughts on the game as a whole and finishing it. Anna, what are your thoughts on this?
We fucking did it.
3-year process.
4-year process.
4-year process that we've come to the end of.
Yeah,
you're right.
You messaged me in February of 2021 and said, "Hey, Anna, you want to write Friendsim 2 with me?"
I did.
Well, I owe this game my life, my love life, my.
That's an exaggeration.
If we didn't do this, would we have stayed up till 4 a.m. talking several nights in a row? Probably not.
Probably for other reasons.
I don't know.
Other stuff that we worked on.
I don't know. This was a big reason why we stayed up till 4 a.m. every night talking.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, 4 years ago. So the original plan for this game, and I guess I'll give all of the commentary and history stuff that I have in my brain. The original plan for this game was to make it very small and very reusing the art assets from Friendsim. It was going to basically have just original writing and game dev, and it just kind of spiraled out from there. And I'm not clear. I don't remember now exactly when the various decisions were made to be like, oh, we'll do new sprites. Oh, we'll do new backgrounds. Oh, we'll do new voices was Anna's suggestion.
Yes.
We'll do
Janaya
voices.
asked me if I wanted to do a Friendsim 2 with her, and I had 2 stipulations.
Yeah.
1, I had to write the Tisius route.
Yes.
2, there had to be voices.
So yeah, and then it spiraled out from there. So it's now and all the mini games and various fun extra things and voices and.
So we should open up the game so there's a better visual, so it's not just the starting soon visual.
Okay, we should do that. Yeah, I'm gonna load up the game now.
Because it just says starting soon, and I'm afraid that's gonna scare people away. Boom, boom, blip, boop, boop, boom.
So let's see here. I'm gonna really.
What?
That's a neat thing.
Huh.
I don't actually like that. So let's. I gotta fix the game. Oh, it's not gonna show up. It doesn't show up on the actual thing. So yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, here's the game you're playing. I'm gonna put the whole thing here. I don't know what the balance is. I have our volume down a lot.
Yeah, let us know how the volume levels are.
I'm gonna mute the game for a second. There we go. I just want to mute it until we're actually playing the game. So yeah, yeah, this has been a long process. It's been a lot of work. Is that a door? Give me a second.
Why would there be a doorbell? Okay, well, yeah. Janai is stepping out for 2 seconds, so any questions can be directed towards me. Oh, the background music's a bit loud. Okay, we will turn that down a bit. Oh, 0. No. No, not for babies. No. No, you're not coming in here right now. I'm already having allergies. Nope. We're having kitty time. Kitty issues. He's trying to get in, and I don't want him in.
It's stuff for Naomi from Etsy.
Oh, cool. We got a package. We have a package thief, so we have to stay very on top of...
the mail brought it up, so... Yeah,
but we got to stay very on top of getting packages, because they stole a fucking Pokemon plush out of a box.
Not for babies. Aw.
Yeah.
The background music is a bit loud. The background music will be quieter when we actually start the game because I have like the streamer volume mode enabled. It's just that there's no way to change the title mute. Well, there is, but I don't feel like fucking with the volume.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 years that we've been working on this. It's obviously become something much bigger than what it was when we first started. I like kind of soft launched the Twitter and just kind of kept everything in the background, and then people found it and they were like, "What the hell is this? Is this official? Is this et cetera, et cetera?" And it's like,
It's so funny that you started out by putting the officially unofficial tagline on it.
Yeah. So like, yeah, that was Crow's suggestion actually, because I was like,
And
what do I put on this? Like, how do I, like, I didn't have anything. I had no actual things to show.
All you did was just throw together a very simple website with no information, and we got so many followers.
We started working on like putting together assets for the first trailer, which was very basic, like sketches from the backgrounds, because we worked with Charlie Flock, who did some work on the original games.
Before we did the trailer, we had those little scratch interlude things that was like, how do you pronounce this name?
Yeah, we did that, and like started getting character art from people. So like, yeah, so a bunch of different. Yeah, it's been a long and multifaceted process, and obviously, like, I don't know, I haven't thought that much about this game in the way that I did because the writing was finished a while ago, and like it was just kind of supervising art assets being produced.
On Instagram during a camping trip. Who put it on Instagram? Because we never had an Instagram presence.
I don't know. I never check Instagram. I should look us up on Instagram at some point.
I used to occasionally search Friendsim 2 on TikTok,
yeah,
but it's been a while, and I'm pretty sure with the dwindling fandom, there's not that many people talking about it on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it doesn't have the cachet it did. None of the fan games do, because like the fandom is smaller and it's been 4 years. But like, still people here that are hanging out, and I really appreciate it. It's cool. I think we should start playing the game.
Yeah. Let's go into the green zone.
Yeah, so let me get this set up, and I'm gonna volume 14, The Shadow of All Things. I'm gonna put the volume back on here so we can hear all the voice acting and everything.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, here we go. This is the last volume of the game. I'm going to move this over so I can see the chat. I guess I'll start reading and we can switch off when we get tired. Yeah, this route is, this one is written by me. We're going to do the regular playthrough of the Revolution playthrough. And then at the end, we're going to load a save that has a salvation playthrough and a couple other little variants of the ending, because I want to show off some of the ending stuff. Then, that's it. So, hey, let's do this thing, baby. The world resolves itself around you, fading slowly into view in a way that feels unpleasantly familiar. A shade of green you remember from a memory you're not sure you even have. On the horizon, the pink moon and its tiny satellites shine like a pair of jewels in the night sky, too bright and too close, as if this place is transposed in space and time. Not the Fartlands. As if reality has lost some of its grip here. Next to you, Triza is struggling to her feet as well, her trident lost to a planet that now hovers like a dull gray stone in the distance.
What happened?
You can hear the sharp intake of breath as she realizes where you are.
No, this is impossible. No one goes here.
Yeah, well, you're here now. You look around nervously, expecting him to show up again at any moment. Of course, he isn't here, probably trying to make some grand statement. You glance down at your palm husk. Imperial network not found. Well, that's certainly not a good thing.
This place is forbidden. Even I never understood why, but it was always made clear to me. I don't even think the Imperator would have come here.
You're pretty sure he wouldn't. This is the kind of place you don't go unless the man in charge actually wants to speak to you. Speaking of which, it would probably be a good idea to get going. You don't know how, but you have a very specific idea of which way you should go.
The voicing is so good because it's Kira
Yeah,
Buckland.
this is Kira Buckland is our Triza. Story about that. I was watching a movie with Crow, and one of the characters was voiced by Kira, and Crow was like, "Hey, did you know Kira Buckland used to do Vriska?" And I was like, "Hey, I wonder if I reach out to her if she'd be willing to do voicing in this fan game that I'm doing." And the answer was yes.
We got a good handful of established VAs.
Established VAs and people that became established after working on the game, which is also very cool.
Like,
Senna Breyer.
Yeah. And, I mean, didn't Jan get her first anime?
Yeah, Jan started doing stuff after. Like, I mean, they had been voice actors, but, you know, there are people that have now become kind of, like, big, which is cool. Also, our Jan Aponte, she's our VA for Zephyros. This is the only fan project that she puts on her actual credits, which is very fun.
It's not only on Steam, but it's on IMDb, and it is, like, professional.
Yeah.
Like, it's not some dinky little thing made by a teenager. It's legit.
Yeah.
It got you a job at What Pumpkin?
It did. You walk through the valleys of the Green Moon in silence, looking around cautiously as if he's going to jump out at you from every crater or blind corner. And then, finally, you see it. The oldest place.
What is this?
You're not sure if there's any...
My dear heiress, it's simple. This is my home.
How long ago did you record the scratch lines? Because you can't reach that low anymore.
Like 3 years ago. I'm gonna turn up the volume just a little bit. I don't want to. Oops, no, not the where I want to go.
Also, you have heard her name before because she's in like every anime ever.
Depending on which name you mean. Senna's so Kira's in like everything. Senna's in one of the new Final Fantasy games.
Oh, nice.
Among other things. Holy shit, you scramble backwards away from Scratch, but your legs have decided that now would be a great time to stop working very well.
Oh, relax. I believe there might have been something of a misunderstanding before.
What the fuck? He tried to kill you.
While you are essentially correct, your overly reductive view of things misses some key nuance. Namely, I am not trying to kill you now.
That's not very reassuring.
Nor do I plan to. While there was a time when I was sure that it would be the appropriate course of action, the board has shifted in the time since.
Who the fuck are you?
You may call me Doc Scratch, if you like.
He turns to you again, and you get the sense that he's glaring at you.
Now, I cannot express how deeply disappointed I am that you chose to kill the High Imperator.
You shake your head. Actually, it was Nike who killed him in the end.
Oh well, it's more of an inconvenience than anything else. Also, to further expand on my previous answer to the good heiress here, I'm the one in charge of this miserable planet and the empire it represents.
Triza laughs at him.
The hell you are?
There's no reason I need to engage in a back and forth with you. The truth is that I have always been here, since long before your miserable race of gray-skinned misanthropes existed in the first place. My role has always been that of the inevitable, the same natural force as that which binds together the very atoms that make up your existence.
Why does he care so much about all of this anyway? Why does it matter what you do or any of the people you know does?
Honestly, it mostly doesn't matter at all. What you do is largely of no consequence. What most of your friends do is irrelevant. But this one?
He gestures to Trizza, who takes a step back and glowers at him.
This one has a larger role to play in my grand plans. Whether she is aware of it or not is completely irrelevant. The bottom line is that your meddling and her stubborn refusal to push you away have resulted in a set of criteria that are unacceptable. And as such...
Mr. Scratch, what's going on? I heard someone in the hall and...
Oh, holy shit. You recognize this girl. She's a little younger than you remember seeing her last, and she's wearing a different outfit, but you know exactly who this is.
Oh, Damara, are you simply going to barge in like this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Scratch. It won't happen again.
And you won't even introduce yourself properly to our guest. How rude.
I'm sorry.
She turns to you with a pleading look flitting across her eyes before she bows her head.
My name is Damara Mekido. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You want to explain that technically you know each other, but you can't quite put your finger on exactly why you even feel like this is true.
Another memory of a timeline that never was, perhaps. You really should learn to cultivate your perception. Ms. Megiddo is my apprentice, my handmaid, if you will.
Mr. Scratch, who is this?
Oh, just a somewhat annoying nobody who likes to drop in and play games they don't understand.
Hearing this, Damara's head lifts and she smiles.
I love to play games. Can I play a game with them? I've been so bored.
You know, that gives me an idea. Damara, come along.
You find yourself in Scratch's parlor once more. What's happening?
Well, my dear Damara here has given me an idea. What if I were to tell you that, theoretically, I had a way to return you to your home?
Oh shit, does he mean he can give you your powers back? So you can teleport everyone back to the locked timeline?
Something like that. And, moreover, I am prepared to allow you to return home. Not only that, I'll permit you to collect whatever friends have agreed to return with you and take them along. As I implied earlier, they are ultimately of little consequence. Why, I'd even be willing to part with her.
He gestures at Trizza, who narrows her eyes.
Stop talking about me like I'm not here.
My dear, you need to learn that there are bigger things in this timeline than you.
Okay, this all sounds like a huge load of bullshit. How do you know he's even telling the truth?
As I said to you before, I never lie. Honestly, the setback of losing dear Trizza here will be worth it in order to test my young handmaid's performance in the field. After all, she has such a role to play in my plans, and she needs to learn to operate outside of my watchful guidance.
Damara shifts uncomfortably at this. Hold on 1 second. I will be right back.
Take a quick little pause. Take a look at the chat. How we feeling tonight? Except it's not night, it's day. It's actually quite sunny. It's like 80 fucking degrees. It was really warm when I went out for coffee earlier. I don't know if you guys saw the poster, the promo poster for this volume, but it is a playbill because it is inspired by the concept of Time's Apprentice, the musical about Damara, about the handmaid. Scratch will explode. Yes. Yes. Make him explode. First time actually playing Friendsim. You should play Friendsim from the beginning. Yes, it's 14 volumes. Yes, it's a lot of hours of gameplay. You should play it. Oh my god. Wait. We should have like a Broadway Stuck call where we play through all of Friendsim for Friendsim 2 for Broadway Stuck, because I think that would be really fun. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people in there who haven't interacted with Friendsim 2. Also, Friendsim 1 if you haven't played Friendsim 1. Why haven't you played Friendsim 1? It's been out for like 6 years! Oh my god, Broadway Stuck stream of all the Friendsims. If we do that, and we do like the original Friendsim, and you don't ask me to voice the 3 characters that I voice in Friendsim 2, I will be so sad. Also, honestly, I haven't done my 3 characters that I did for Friendsim 2 in a while, because I haven't done any Friendsim dubs in like a good while, because there's nothing left to dub, and also I just haven't felt like it lately. I haven't done his voices in like over a year, which is weird. Voft hasn't gone through Hive Swap Act 2? What? What? Voft does have like a lot to dub. Like, a lot to dub. There's like 6 projects going on in any given moment in that server.
Alright, I'm back. The internet was slower on this computer.
Damn.
So you just need to restart it.
I'm trying to convince Kay to do a Broadway Stuck stream of of both of the Friendsim games, both Friendsim 1 and 2,
okay.
because they haven't interacted with any Friendsim stuff before except this.
Alright.
Wait, to
What?
play it, they haven't played Act 2?
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm gonna keep reading. Damara sifts uncomfortably at this, but you can see a look of eagerness in her eyes.
Honest? I'd be able to leave the moon.
Oh, also, hey, Arrow's here joining us.
Oh, hello, hello, hello.
I
Oh, I can't hear you.
don't know if they're...
Hello?
Oh, hey,
Hello, there you
hey! Yeah, do you want to introduce yourself for our audience?
Hi, I'm Aeromancery. I was the writer, or co-writer, for both the Corpse Disposal route and the Purple Blood route, as well as the voice actor for Fozzer.
Hell yeah. Yeah, just join us to hang out. If you want to... Oh, let me stream the game to the Discord. So you
I hope we have enough, like, power or Wi-Fi.
We should be good. I think, I'm gonna share my screen here. Give me a second. Friendsim 2. I guess I'll share the audio. Yeah, sure. I don't need it to be. Doesn't need to be high frame rate either. Alright. Yeah, you can watch it if you want. Well, yeah, at some point I'm gonna get sick of reading and I will trade off. Alright, cool.
Now, only for a short while. But yes, I'd be willing to hold myself to these conditions.
This feels like there's a big catch somewhere. When the world snaps into being in front of you, you find yourself in what looks like an old-time game room. A billiards table sits in one corner, along with a table that appears to be set up for a game of cards.
I don't know that I'd call it a catch exactly, but there are conditions, of course.
What the fuck? Who are you to talk down to us like this?
I'm gonna give it a second for the motorcycles outside to finish
The
going
joys
by.
of living in Manhattan, you get New York City sound.
Vroom, 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 baby!
This is such an issue when we're recording our TTRPG
Well, at least we do that at night, which, like, when we record in the middle of the week, is usually not as bad. It's the middle of a Saturday, so...
You're going to be irritating. I can tell. Let's get you settled somewhere else for a bit. Much better. Now, Ms. Megiddo, are you planning to be similarly disruptive?
Scratch just like, you're gonna be a pain in the ass. Bye!
No, Mr. Scratch.
Good. Now, about the conditions. I can't simply let you abscond with all those people and the heiress herself. The consequences to my timeline could be dire.
You're not really seeing how you can do anything about that. What does any of this have to do with you leaving his timeline completely? Not that you necessarily... Cool! Not that you necessarily want to leave anyone behind here, but you really need to be getting back.
Oh, don't worry about it. I have a method by which I think I may be able to ascertain my comfort with letting you return home.
Oh, you're listening?
Of course. I suspect that some of the strange effects of your return are due to your oddly prescient awareness of the narrative itself. An awareness that I, unfortunately, helped cultivate, perhaps not fully realizing the possible implications. However, I do not believe that this situation is completely untenable.
Okay, that's a whole lot of words, and he's rapidly losing you. Is he gonna ask you to read Homestuck again? You really don't want to do that right now. This route is the Revolution. This is 100% Revolution playthrough. We're gonna do like a Salvation branch at the ending just to show you the end cards.
Hey, how come we didn't actually put in an option to reread Homestuck again, and it just opens up the website?
Oh my god.
That
We
would
can't
have
do that to people.
that would have been funny. We're gonna do a thing where it tracks your browser and you have to click through every single page of Homestuck for it to allow you to continue.
Even the dead pages.
The
Flash,
website
it doesn't
is
work.
broken right now, but was not broken as of the writing of this route, which was like several years ago now.
You must have the unofficial Homestuck offline collection installed to view
Even
this
though it doesn't
game.
work for Mac.
Yeah.
Oh no, not exactly. Instead, I propose a simple test.
What the hell is happening?
Simple. I'm going to ask you a series of questions based on your experience with that one long-form narrative I asked you to read. I will assign your answers to a point value in order to evaluate your understanding of your place within the narrative itself.
So he's going to make you do a Homestuck quiz game.
I wouldn't have put it in such banal terms, but essentially, yes.
I don't fucking know. This seems like you're not sure. It feels unnecessary. You promise you're not coming back after you leave.
Oh, my dear reader, you can't come back once you return to your timeline. I'm quite sure of that. The issue is more one of the impact of what you've already done here. After all, you've made substantial changes to the narrative of this reality.
So one thing to I guess, as good a time to mention as any, like, one of the points of this volume is that, like, everything that MSPAR has done has, like, splintered you off into this way far away from canon offshoot. Like, Friendsim is already a non-canon spin-off of Hiveswap, which is a debatably canon spin-off of Homestuck. So, like, you're off in, like, the far-flung reaches of, like, you've changed so much shit. Like, that's why the stuff that's happening here is happening the way it is. Like, the vibe with Damara and everything is based kind of on Anna's Times Apprentice musical.
Yeah.
And less on, like, the actual canon. So we're into every time you notice something like that, a wizard did it territory as far as adherence to canon, but also that is on purpose.
Yes.
Technically, I think it's the handmaid did it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the simplest way to assuage my own feelings about letting you go.
And also, like, Scratch is kind of clawing at, like, he's not omnipotent and he's not omniscient. So, like, he's kind of clawing at the limits of his own power, which is freaking him out, which he expresses in this passive-aggressive way.
Well, MSPAR always leaves the time.
Yeah, MSPAR is not sticking around.
Even if most
He's
of the
just
people
annoying. He's annoying.
Yeah.
That's his whole deal. You guess that makes sense?
Of course. Why, I'll even let my young apprentice stay and observe.
Me? But, Mr. Scratch, I don't understand.
It will be a valuable learning experience. After all, you and I have much to accomplish yet.
You'll do it. This might not be ideal, but it seems a whole lot fairer than him trying to smash your head in with a crowbar.
Excellent. Then let us begin.
My dear reader, there's really nothing to worry about. Now, allow me to introduce the parameters of this little game, if you will.
That's right, Doc. It's time for Pester Quest 2, the ultimate in home entertainment. I'll be asking you questions about Homestuck, Hive Swap, Pester Quest, and everything in between.
I'm gonna let the audience choose the answer.
No, because they're unanswerable questions for most of them.
Oh, damn.
Most of them have some like technical reason that they're not answerable. A few of them do, but like you can never win the first round.
Answer right, you get a point. Answer wrong, you get nothing. Nice and simple, right, Doc?
That is completely correct.
Let's see if you can beat our current high score winner with over 65 billion points. Clover.
That was the that we decided that Clover would be the highest score because of their like unnatural luck.
Right.
There's a random choice of like 5 different people that can be announced as the high score.
Now, let's get that score up on the board. Time to see how well you know canon, post canon, and beyond.
Who's this voice Doctor speaking to? This is the game show announcer.
It's Janaya.
It was me. It was me, Janaya, all along.
Oops, all Janaya.
Statistically
Good
speaking, if you
luck.
can't place a voice in this game, it's probably Janaya.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, you do all the extra.
I do 50% of the yeah. I do 50% of the voices in this route.
Yeah.
Same voice from Tyrone and Amicia's bit. Not exactly the Tyrone McClure. Actually, so that was done, I think, after this bit was recorded.
First question. What happens on page 8131 of the original Homestuck?
I believe it's not a.
Sorry,
it's like after
that was
this.
not correct. It was a tricky one, that's for sure. And now for our next question. What is Tizius's canon chitter handle?
The answer to this one is she doesn't have one.
Ooh, so close, but that wasn't it. Well, maybe next time. Next question's a bit tricky. How many sweeps before Homestuck does Hive Swap occur?
This one is never answered. It's never said.
Oh no, you're way off with that one. What could possibly go wrong? Apparently, a whole dang lot. Next one up is a real head scratcher. What is the name of Daria's band in Friendsim 1?
Correct answers.
No.
Some of them, a couple of them, again, one that doesn't.
Daria's
She doesn't.
band.
She doesn't have a band.
Oh no, you're
There,
way
there
off
are
with that
like
one.
3 or 4 questions, or like actually I think it's like 2 or 3 that are answerable, but it's not enough to get the points to win.
Is the Priona one in there?
Priona, I think Priona.
It was a tricky one, that's for
There's
sure.
like a couple you can answer.
Next one up is a real head scratcher. What is Joey Claire's favorite video game?
Monty?
I don't think it's ever actually said.
Monty!
She has a
I
Muzzy
really
cursor,
thought
she
you
never
had it,
learned
but I
if it's her
guess
favorite.
not.
I'm pretty sure it's a video pog.
Video pod.
It was a tricky one, that's for sure. And now for our next question. When did Mindfang canonically lead the rebellion?
She
not.
didn't.
She did not. and you got
Ooh,
That was-
I'm
that was in a
sorry,
fan
but that is
animation.
not the right answer. I can't
Rebellion.
believe they
No,
missed that
In
one.
the rebellion.
I support Mindfang being a horrible person and not doing anything.
Next
right.
one up is a real head scratcher. What was Tagora's canon occupation?
Showmaster.
Freelance attorney. That one's one of the ones you
Correct.
can get right.
How did they do it? And now for our next and final question. Where was Zebedee in Hive Swap Act 2?
No, they're random. Probably dead.
Zebedee died on the way back to his home planet.
That wasn't right at all.
Ambulance not chaser not being an attorney an option is diabolical.
Well, maybe next time. And that is it for today. Doc, let's see how they did. Ooh, that's not very good at all. Sorry, you'll have to do better than that. Better luck next time.
Ah, how unfortunate. I'm sorry, my dear reader. Now, I believe we have other business to attend to.
Well, now, this is unfortunate. Truly unfortunate.
Wait a minute. Maybe you don't remember the source material all that well, but you feel like at least a few of those questions didn't even have right answers.
Now, I made sure that all of those questions were equally fair and balanced.
Mr. Scratch, I don't think I.
Silence. I will not stand here and be accused of providing you with anything less than my utmost efforts to give you the chance you deserve to go back home. If you truly believed in yourself, perhaps you could have done better.
You're not sure that it works like that, but Scratch is already turning away from you.
Now, I have another matter
Nothing
to attend
happens on
to.
that one page.
It doesn't exist. It's after the end of Homestuck. I can't remember how many pages Homestuck is. I think it might be 8130 pages long, but it's not. There's no page number there.
As you won't be leaving for the foreseeable future.
Wait, what?
Oh, I must have neglected to mention it. I cannot simply let you leave anymore. The consequences are potentially devastating. Don't worry, my dear reader. I don't plan to do violence to you. I simply ask that you stay here.
Oh, well, this kind of sucks.
And while you're here, I would ask that you kindly keep an eye on Ms. Megiddo here. She tends to slip away somewhere when I'm not watching, and I don't feel entirely comfortable leaving her unsupervised.
Foreshadowing is a literary device where... You guess you can do that? Is there any chance that he'll reconsider letting you go back home? You really weren't planning on spending your functionally infinite lifespan hanging out on the green moon.
I can't promise you anything, sadly. Perhaps we can discuss this at a later point. For now, I would ask that you not disturb me.
You find yourself standing in the weird game room, now alone with Tamara. She looks at you with a pleading expression in her eyes.
We shouldn't bother him. He's going to be in his office for a while. I can show you around the mansion. Maybe answer some of your questions.
Let's save, because there's a bad ending here. Let's find a spot.
That's so nice.
7. Yeah, because we've been doing the 2 parallel routes. I'm gonna put it on page again. Boop. Alright. No, you need to talk to Scratch. This will end great.
Are you sure? This doesn't feel like a good idea. Mr. Scratch doesn't like to be disturbed when he's working.
No, you know what you're doing. Scratch is mean, but that doesn't mean he's completely unreasonable. He seems to have figured out that killing you isn't going to work. So you just need to find his office and talk to him. Explain the situation.
Okay. I guess we can do that.
You walk into Scratch's office, an oddly small room with a desk in the corner where Scratch sits at a typewriter.
Oh, it's you again. Damara, I thought I told this one to mind you.
Oh, Yes, Mr. Scratch, you did.
So, why are they bothering me in the middle of my important work?
They asked to come see you.
And you simply complied? Damara, you owe only one person that level of obedience. You know that, right?
Yes, Mr. Scratch. I'm sorry.
Sadly, your being sorry does nothing to address the central issue here. This naivety is so unbecoming for either of you.
You just wanted to talk to him? You really want to go back home, and you're sorry that you ever bothered him in the first place.
I do appreciate that, but I believe that your presence here will be less tolerable than I previously suspected. Damara, kill them.
What? No!
Yeah, you're with her on this one. What the hell?
Damara, need I remind you what happened the last time you defied me? Or perhaps we need to have another look at all of the horrible things that will come to pass if you don't listen to me. Is that the object lesson you need to finally learn?
No! I don't need to see that again! I don't need to see them all die again!
Well then, I believe that settles the matter. Kill this one, and then go to your room.
No, wait a minute. Don't you get any say in this? You know things are shitty up here, but to kill you just like that?
You don't understand. I have to do this. Otherwise, it'll just get worse for everyone. I can't do that again. I'm so sorry.
The council will see you now.
They're all gone now. Sorry if you were expecting them to have something else to say, I guess.
Yeah, they talk too much.
Exactly. Yeah, you feel like maybe there was gonna be some big point to all of it, but you haven't heard from them since you showed up at Triz's tower.
That's too bad. I really believed in you. I still believe in you. You know what? Maybe I can send you back. I did it before. Good luck. I'll be cheering you on.
Oh, well, look at that. Choose the same option. Just really realized that Damara is wearing Snowman's coat. Yeah, we're gonna get that explanation for that in a second. Alright, yeah, that's
Was it my idea
Well,
that
come
you
on,
do that?
let's go.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. It might have been. Whoever's it was a good idea. Honk honk. Okay. Alright. Damara motions for you to follow her and quickly disappears around a corner back to the parlor. You try to stay close behind, but she's already up and around a set of stairs at the far end. For a moment, you wonder if maybe you should have gone to try to reason with Doc Scratch, but that really doesn't feel like the right call to make. So instead, you rush after Damara up the stairs, around another corner, and into an open door at the end of a long hallway. The room at the end of the hall is sparse. Honestly, it's almost completely empty. A bed sits in one corner and an empty desk in the other. There's a wardrobe against the wall, and that's basically it.
Well, this is my room. Sorry, it's not much to look at.
Buyer's plush, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any cool stuff like she does. Sorry.
Foreshadowing is a literary device. You're not sure who she means, but you are sure that it doesn't matter how much stuff she has or doesn't have, not to you. You've got this. After all, you have a non-zero amount of experience consoling moody Alternian teenagers, helping them work through issues with life, society, creepy abusive pseudo-parental figures, all that kind of stuff. This song is one of the James Rich songs. This is Into the Haunted Place. Alright, we get to ask all of these questions, I'm pretty sure. So,
What do people want to see?
it doesn't matter because you get to ask all of them.
Okay,
on
but we
this
should
one.
let the chat contribute.
Chat, what should we ask first?
This place certainly is haunted.
Yeah. I don't know if we have this on low latency, so wait 30 seconds. Outfit, I want to know about. Okay, outfit looks familiar.
Yeah.
You struggle to remember. She wasn't wearing this before. There was something about her old outfit, and you can't quite put your finger on what it was.
I didn't like it. He wanted me in it. But I found these neat clothes in the mansion, so that's what I'm wearing now.
Hey Jojo, at your job. Cool.
Sorry you can't join us.
Friend of the channel, Funk McLaughlin.
Yeah.
And by friend of the channel, I mean composer of several songs in this game.
Exactly.
Getting paid to be here? Yeah, we can't pay you to be here, so.
Funk McLovin, composer of the several of the songs from Volume 12, as well as the intro sting, the outro stings, and the council music. All right.
I burned all the other ones, so he can't stop me.
Oh.
I'm the only articulate one here.
Didn't she get in trouble for that?
Of course I got in trouble for it. But I needed to do at least one thing for myself. One thing he couldn't take away from me.
All right, what do we want to ask next? What do you want to see? You haven't played this, Anna? Or
Ask
Aaron?
her where the hat went.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is that an option? That's
No.
not an option.
Has she ever tried to escape?
She laughs at you.
Of course I've tried to escape. It doesn't matter. Never makes a difference. He's too powerful. All he needs to do is retrieve me and then punish me, and I'm so tired of that. Even with my abilities, he can always find me if he wants to.
Her abilities? What does that mean? Damara claps a hand over her mouth and her eyes go wide with fright.
No, I wasn't supposed to say anything. Please don't tell him.
She doesn't need to worry. You're not exactly a huge fan of Scratch.
Good, but I still can't talk about it, okay? If he finds out.
She sniffles loudly and falls into silence again, and you don't feel right about trying to force an answer out. Alright, what next?
Era, what do you want to see?
Does she know what's been happening on Alternia?
Does she know about what you've been up to, or just like in general? There's a whole revolution going on down there.
I know. I've seen it. Bits and pieces of it. Over hundreds of sweeps. I'm sorry, it's hard to explain. You see, we're not exactly in a specific time right now. Does that make sense?
Not even a little bit. Damara sighs and shakes her head.
See, we're on the Green Moon, but also the Green Moon is a special place. We're all living in a kind of pocket out of time as long as we're here. So the things that are happening down on Alternia, the things you did, are all happening in one timeline. And in another, a mutant with brilliant red blood is leading the first revolution. And in yet another, his followers try to carry on his legacy, and his descendant prepares to play a game that would change everything.
You think you know that one. The timeline stuff hurts your head to think about. The idea of the rivers that branch and diverge and come back into each other.
Except, something is wrong now. It's not a river anymore, up ahead.
Someone's listening to some very loud music in their car.
We should start streaming in the booth so we don't hear any sound.
Just say it's diegetic and it's one of the felt.
This is Doc Scratch's favorite music.
That's what Doc Scratch is doing in his office. He's just
Fucking dance party.
yeah. Scratch party.
Alright.
It's a waterfall. It drops off, and then it's just darkness.
She doesn't bother to explain this statement at all, but you think you're starting to get a sense of what's happening. Something you've been doing, it caused a major divergence in the timeline. The kind of fundamental shift that changes everything.
Exactly! I think it scares him.
I'm gonna ask. What does she do for Scratch?
I'm his apprentice.
She trails off and looks around the sparse bedroom, her face turning into a scowl.
I do whatever he asks me to do.
That's extremely unsettling to hear. What kind of stuff does he ask her to do anyway? Damara shrugs.
I don't know, just things. Weird things, like having me go and make small changes to stuff.
Changes like what? Damara looks even more uncomfortable when you ask this.
It's hard to explain. He asks me to steal sometimes, or plant things, or, kill people.
Just stop.
Perfect.
Wait, what the fuck?
It's bad people. He tells me to kill bad people, not grubs or wigglers or anything.
She doesn't
But
look like a
also,
goddamn baby.
if I don't do it, if I fail, he has me. Look, don't worry about it.
In this game, when
Neglect-
anyone says it, don't worry about it.
I'm just saying, she's also neglecting to mention that planet is only occupied by children.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
But, they're evil children.
Evil children.
I don't kill babies, just evil babies. Oh, like 0?
We've
Just
kind
evil
of
babies.
extended out the age, because we have it canonical that in our canon you leave Alternia at 10 sweeps, but also like bureaucracy sometimes mean you stick around for a little bit, so they're not all children, just like, most of them.
Children and like college
Young
students.
adults. It's fine, they're evil kids.
Some of them are even old enough to vote if there was democracy.
Yeah, exactly. She stops talking and starts picking at the fingers on her left hand, looking down at the ground. What does he make her do if she fails? Damara looks up at you, her eyes starting to tear up.
He makes me visit them all again. My friends.
Her friends?
I'm not sure the best way to describe it, but I can try.
It's okay, you explain in a tone of voice you really hope is soothing. You've dealt with some truly mind-boggling space-time bullshit. You're sure you can handle whatever she's got going on? Damara takes a deep breath and closes her eyes. When she opens them again, it's like a different person is looking at you.
I was supposed to make sure a bunch of people met up with each other. Some weird olive that was living in a cave and some rebels. A jade blood and her, she was raising a mutant blood like she was his Lucis.
Wait a minute, there's something eerily familiar about this story. You can feel your throat getting dry all of a sudden. You think you know where this is going.
There
Damn,
were
they
others,
really should
and I
have
was
rewritten
supposed to make
stuff.
sure they all met up. He said it was important to the future.
She swallows heavily and you can see the tears boiling in the sides of her eyes.
Except they all died.
This time she sobs and bites her lip as if that's going to keep the feelings from getting out.
But they were my friends. Kind of. I pretended to be a high blood servant who had escaped.
Oh, this is Time's Apprentice. Yes, exactly.
Yep.
The continuity has been so warped by MSPAR's involvement that it's just its own thing now.
Yeah.
Like fan continuities blending into the main canon.
Naughty children get sent into the fanfic mines.
Yeah.
Exactly.
As long as Baby Carcat's safe in the Progeny universe, we're good. I don't know. That's a pretty evil baby.
Define safe.
I wasn't supposed to, but I did it anyway. I watched a mutant blood tell people how bad the Empress is. I lived with them for a while and I felt like I had a family.
She's not the first troll you've talked to who said something like this. You imagine the concept is a little different to Alternians, but you've heard it before. But wait, if she's talking about what you think she is, you're struggling to understand what you're hearing. There's something in there that feels so painfully close to the surface of understanding. But she's only 6 sweeps, and it sounds like she's talking about events that happened so long ago.
He says that linear time is an illusion, caused by chemicals in my brain. So, if I disobey, that means he can just send me back again and again.
Send her back where?
To when they all died. Again and again and again.
She shivers and the tears run down her face freely. She doesn't even bother to wipe them off.
So he asks me to kill bad people. And I kill them.
Insane line time, by the way. Which one? The linear time is an illusion caused by chemicals in your brain is from a very obscure fanfic that I wrote a while ago, like 5 years ago.
Which
at this
one?
point. The linear time is an illusion caused by chemicals in your brain.
No, which fanfic?
Oh, it's the In Golgotha's Shadow. It's a Radia fic.
Oh, I don't think I ever read that one.
It's a Radia like talking to a narrator character. There's like two really. It's mostly not amazing, but there's a couple of really good lines in there that I stole from this game.
Nice, as you should. What's the point of writing fanfic if you can't steal things from that fanfic?
How did she end up here? Stealing a goddamn baby.
Stealing a goddamn baby.
Damara squints at you and shakes her head, looking off to the side. Your groomer saying that to you is horrifying. Yeah, Scratch is really, really unsettling as a character.
I'm sorry, I'm not actually sure. I don't remember any time I wasn't here. I think that maybe I was really little, a wiggler, maybe even a grub.
Stolen out of the caverns.
So, wait a minute. Scratch stole her when she was just a baby? Damara looks uncomfortable when you say this.
He says he adopted me.
You don't know about that. Sounds like he was, stealing a goddamn baby.
Look, when you're FFFFF white on Alternia, you can just take the babies. That's the law.
Exactly. She's been
I
Rapunzel.
love that of all of the lines from Time's Apprentice, you chose to choose that
Stealing
one.
a goddamn baby. It's a good line.
Is a baby like a grub? Sorry, I don't know the word.
Yeah, sure. But that isn't the point. Scratch took her when she was so little. What happened to her
AI
Lucis?
ads? Why are there AI ads on my channel?
Oh, I hate
He told me that something happened to her when I was a grub. She was killed.
Okay. You're gonna agree to put a pin in that and come back to it later. She's been here a while then?
Well, I'm 6, so... yeah, my whole life, basically.
You do some quick mental math. If she's 6 sweeps, that means she's around 13 years old. So Scratch took a baby, probably killed her Lucis, and raised her as his apprentice. Great. What's gonna happen to you now?
To you? I'm sorry, I don't know. You probably have to live here now.
Why though? Scratch never really explained any of this to you, or why he was trying to kill you before.
Can you keep a secret?
No? Of course! Assuming she's gonna ask you not to tell Scratch, which isn't really a very big ask to make, she nods.
He said that you were changing things by coming back. And then my friend said the same thing, so I knew it was the truth.
Her friend?
It's a long story, but for you, I think you're changing things like he has me change things. Causing a, divergent timeline. That's what he calls it.
Okay, it's starting to make a bit more sense why Scratch is so hostile to you. If you're causing a split in the timeline, maybe something about that is causing problems for Scratch. Is anyone else here on the Green Moon? She mentioned a friend before, and she made it sound like someone that's here on the Green Moon. Is someone else here on the moon? Damara's face goes pale and she leans in close, putting her finger to her lips as if to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no way that anyone would be here.
There's no way anyone could be here. Come with me. So when she talked
There was
about...
no one! I wasn't talking about anyone!
Oh, okay. Well, that must be really lonely living here without any company.
It is. I hate it here. I hate being all alone all the time. I miss all of them.
She closes her eyes and shakes her head slowly.
It doesn't matter. An illusion caused by the chemicals in my brain.
Finally, Damara sighs and starts toward the door. Wait a minute, where's she going? Damara lowers her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, as if she's worried about Scratch overhearing.
You want to go meet my friend?
Oh, the mysterious friend. Well, you can't really resist the combined calls of friendship and mystery now, can you? Damara smiles. You think it's maybe the first time you've seen her. You smile since you saw her. Lord English. So Lord English is Scratch. I mean, Scratch becomes English. Like, that's the way it's supposed to happen in the alpha timeline, except that everything has changed so much that who knows if that's still gonna be a possibility.
His suspiciously bald head might never hatch.
He will never, his egg will never crack.
Maybe we'll get an answer to that by the end of the route.
God, please
Sure.
don't say his egg will
Come
never
on.
crack.
That was terrible.
I mean, Scratch is voiced by a trans woman.
Yeah, okay, I guess.
Every character that's voiced
We
by
do
a
not
trans
claim him.
Yeah.
Every character voiced by a trans VA is now canonically trans. This is how it happens.
I don't like that, Anna.
But you don't mind T-Girl Tagora.
I'll accept it for Tagora. Tagora is not like a freaking creepy ass, manipulative groomer.
Yeah.
Tagora isn't
Tagora's
literally the devil.
Yeah. Tagora is just kind of a scumbag. Damara leads you down the stairs and into the parlor, peering around the corner to, you assume, make sure Scratch isn't hanging around. Outside the mansion, Damara keeps looking around nervously.
Can you please stop?
Sorry, in that previous background, was that clock smashed?
I don't know. We'll see it again. Let's look and see.
I might have seen a crack, and if so, that's a really good detail.
I think it is. That's one of the, I believe that's one of the Charlie Flock backgrounds. Let me double check it real quick.
Tagora can have little at evil gender as a treat.
That was the parlor background. That is from the first one. Or the prologue. It is cracked, I believe.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
one
yeah.
that's one of the Charlie Flock backgrounds.
Clock smashed, one of a lot.
Wait, stop what?
Stop thinking so loud. I'm trying to make sure he isn't going to follow us.
Oh shit. Has she been listening to everything you've been saying? Damara shrugs.
It's fine. Usually it's like a soft buzz, but you get loud sometimes when you're excited or nervous. He's not around. Come on, let me introduce you to my friend.
Damara walks around the side of the mansion, finds a spot near the bottom of the house where a loose board covers a small gap in the foundation. Moving it aside, she crawls in, and you assume you're supposed to follow her? The darkness comes in all around you, and you feel your heart starting to race.
I just realized something.
What?
We forgot to buy Funyuns.
I never wanted that.
Neither did I.
I was never on board with that plan. Also, probably not kosher for Passover would be my guess.
They are not.
Also probably really gross.
I think they're primarily corn. Is this a trap? You can't imagine why, but part of you is terrified you've just been led to your death by a literal child. Your eyes adjust to the low light and holy shit!
Sam
Just take it all in. We'll go through the references in a minute, because there's a
Bubsy spotted.
Bubsy! Holy shit, the crawl space under the mansion opens up into a kind of low room. It seems like it's a space under the floorboards, but it's furnished like a small apartment, absolutely packed full of random junk.
Sorry, is that a Vriska Funko Pop?
It is a Vriska Funko Pop!
I forgot you put DPB mugs in here.
Yes!
Wait, where's
Looking-
the Vriska Funko Pop?
The Vriska Funko Pop is right there.
Oh, there she is. I keep getting distracted by the Spamton puppet.
Looking around the room, you can see all kinds of random gadgets, decorations, and other assorted stuff. Is that a pumpkin?
Hey, get over here. I told you I wanted to introduce you to my friend, not introduce you to her stuff. You can come out. They're okay.
Oh, I know.
Wait a minute. Holy shit, it's Boldier. You remember her. You remember her from before, and what the hell is she doing here?
Well, that's a hard question to answer. It's good to see you, by the way.
I totally forgot we gave Boldier the hat.
Yes! Oh yeah, of course. You missed her so much. You missed a lot of your friends, honestly, but you'd mostly given up hope of seeing Boldier again.
You know her already.
Yeah, you do. You met Boldier a couple sweeps back, helped her survive an assassination attempt and everything.
It was a bonding experience.
All right.
Who wants to? Ooh,
Let's
do. What's all this?
What's all this stuff? Boldier glances around the crawl space. There's just stuff everywhere. It doesn't all look like it came from Alternia. In fact, most of it looks like it's not from Alternia.
Oh yeah, this stuff just kind of shows up here. Let me know what you'd like to know more about.
Would you look at that? You should click on an item you want to know more about.
Who wants,
so,
what do you guys want to learn more about?
There's dialogue for a ton of these, but also like we've got Studio June mug, Spampton, the fucking Sweet Burn Hella Jeff thing, staff from
The Owl House.
The Owl House, Bubsy, Ralsei Sands, Moogle.
We have a request for clicking on the DPB mugs and also on
I will click on everything. We have a Data Wi-Fi Pyral Sprite, Vriska Funko Pop, an old console, a Virtual Boy, Hive Swap Act 3, the Froggy Chair, the Black Lodge seating arrangement, Funyuns.
Also, keep in mind, this was made before Janaya started working on Hive
Yes,
Swap
it
Act
was.
3.
All right, let's just start with a thing, and we'll do buyers. I'm just gonna kind of start and go through it. Buyers. Wait a minute, is that a live pigeon?
You mean an Alternian feathered rat beast?
You guess? Boldier laughs at you.
I'm just joking. I know what a pigeon is, obviously.
Well, that's something oddly familiar about this pigeon, as if you've seen him somewhere before.
Is he a friend of yours?
Not your friend exactly, but he could be in another life.
Very poetic.
Really?
No, sorry.
Alright, you'd like to know about another object. Alright, we've got shelves here. Oh shit, she's got all kinds of cool shit here. Books and comics and... Wait, is that a piece of a horse? Like, not a horse, just a piece. This here.
Oh.
It's that fucking sliced up horse art.
Oh, from fucking Theater of Cruelty.
Yeah. Boldier shrugs and shakes her head.
Like I said before, I've got no idea how this stuff shows up.
Boldier
But here it is.
Such a nice voice. This is my other voice in this round, is Boldier.
We don't have a limited number of questions.
No, you can ask
right?
as many. You can ask all the things you want.
Are those
Well,
hogs in
flip
front
through
of?
the books if you want.
They sure
They're-
are.
Whose oven is that? Is that eggs or biscuits? It's biscuits, right?
Those are Funyuns.
No, yeah, in front of the oven. It's
Oh.
Biscuits Oven.
Oh yeah,
His
it's
name.
biscuit. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the food item in front. Yeah, I think it's Biscuits Oven.
Janaya, I can
Here's this
recognize a
comic I
Funyun.
found. It's a story about 4 kids.
Actually, I think you're good.
We are not rereading
Okay,
today.
I guess. Your loss.
Another object. All right. Let's see. The scripts.
Don't touch those.
But you were just curious. I mean, you can't just put a box labeled scripts there and expect you to not poke around in them. What wonders there might be, unfinished works, post-canonical delights, a fully completed script for the Homestuck anime.
No, it's none of that junk. You need to relax.
Sorry, you just get so excited for narrative.
Don't touch those. Those are my shifting scripts for my desired reality.
Alright, let's see. Mugs. Wow, that's a whole lot of junk up there. Looks like a lot of cooking stuff and a coffee mug with some kind of game studio logo on it. Hey, where could you get a mug like that?
They're not available
Here.
for general retail purchase.
I need a new one because mine got
Aw,
faded in the dishwasher.
Yeah. Let's see. Oven. So that's where that went. You've been wondering about it.
The oven? Well, it's an oven.
It is, in fact, an oven.
Cooks food pretty well.
Car Cat Grub, next.
Yeah, you bet it does. Cooks it real good.
I think I'm going to change the subject now.
Wanna do the car
That
cat?
oven travels through time at 1 second per second.
Exactly. Oh, hey, that plush scrub looks a lot like Car Cat.
Who's Car Cat?
Oh, he's a friend of yours? Hanging out on Earth now, developing friendships, Definitely not being forced into leading a rebellion against the evil version of another one of your friends.
That's awfully specific.
Do you think that's awfully specific? This one time you imagined that he was actually Stelsa and Tizius' kid. Can you believe that?
I'm not sure who they are either, but that does sound like an intentional reference to something outside of the scope of my experience.
Yeah!
I have that plush grub. I made it with my own 2 hands.
Yeah!
As far as evil versions of your friends go, I mean, we did introduce Robo Nike last chapter, right?
Yeah, she was like the main antagonist, other than Petrus.
Click on the DTV mugs.
I'm gonna click on the, they're not a separate item.
Oh, that sucks.
The plushes are, I'm gonna click on this last because there's a minigame.
Oh yeah, can't
I'm gonna click on the Pogs. Oh shit, she has Pogs! Pogs are great for, actually you're not sure what Pogs are used for. Boldier shrugs and reaches down to pick one up.
I have no idea. I keep trying to use them on stuff, but nothing happens.
Oh my god.
Maybe she could use them like money? Give them to someone in exchange for a favor? Maybe bribe someone for a better outcome in a legal proceeding?
That's silly. Who would want these? They're just made out of cheap cardboard.
Yeah, okay, they do kind of suck, but some of them have cool designs on them. Look, there's one with Alf on it.
Wait, who's Alf?
He's back in pod form.
You have no idea. The Funyuns. Those definitely don't look like Alternian snacks. In fact, you're pretty sure you saw them in a Walmart that one time.
They're not good exactly, but they are food.
That's debatable.
What do they taste like? Boldier screws up her face as if she's trying to find the right words to describe this taste sensation, the intense culinary experience of eating Funyuns.
They taste kind of like if a piece of cardboard had a vivid, slightly sexual dream about an onion. Does that make sense?
You know what? You're sorry you asked. Alright.
Plushes.
Plushes. Oh shit, it's a whole pile of plushies. You've got your favorite characters here, even Bubsy.
Who's Bubsy?
What could possibly go wrong? I mean, I gotta tell the Bubsy story. So I kind of have a soft spot for the Bubsy games and short-lived cartoon and character in general, even though pretty much everything that he's associated with is terrible. And I was when I was doing the Act 3 stream with James and Kim, we were hanging out beforehand, and I said something along the lines of like, I think I'm one of the few people that has it like unironically appreciates Bubsy, and James' response was, "Yeah, you are."
Oh right, I heard that through the door. And I was in the booth and I was in bed next to her.
Well, lots of things could go wrong.
Yeah, you feel like Bubsy learned that lesson all too well. Well, that's alright. Now he can know peace and hang out here with all of his friends.
Is there anything other?
There are several things. I think that this area, I think that the Hive Swap is one. It looks like a cardboard
Froggy
box.
chair.
Labeled Hive Swap, Act 3. Oh, so that's where that got to. You were convinced it was never going to come out. Although, depending on when in the future you're playing this game, maybe it's already out. Nice! I think I changed this when I started working with the team on the game.
Oh my god, yes.
What is it? I don't have anything I can play it on.
Oh, it's kind of hard to explain. Actually, looking at the box, it said this came out for the Nintendo PlayStation Elite and Philips CDI 5. So you're pretty sure this is from a wildly divergent timeline from your own. Oh, nuts. You wanted to know if Boldier survived that train crash.
Wait, what? I was in a train crash?
Don't worry about it. I think we got Froggy Chair. There's something both vaguely familiar and vaguely unsettling about this part of the room. It feels out of place. Oh, it's just the dark, the fucking black stuff.
Everything here is out of place.
Okay, yeah, but in a way that doesn't feel as coherent as the rest of this stuff. Oh, hey, it's the Froggy Chair. Awesome.
Is the Briscoe Funko Pop clickable?
Maybe? No, I think it's a game console.
I wanted to
Yeah,
click
no,
on
we're gonna,
Briscoe.
I think that we got everything except for the minigame, which we're gonna do. get our... yeah,
Specifically the shittier home edition of
the
Can
home
Combat,
edition,
right?
yeah! Oh man, you vaguely remember having one of those kind of TVs when you were a child. Maybe it was someone else's memories of being a child. You have no idea. Stuff's been bleeding together a lot lately.
It works if you want to play. I've only got one game, though.
You want to play the game?
Can Combat.
Fuck yeah, let's do this thing. I got the fucking achievement for it. A Roxy Lalonde port. It has been 1 year since the glorious revolution toppled the engines of the capitalist regime, but rebuilding is a long and difficult process, and the mayor and his valiant revolutionary fighters need your help. Supplies are being airdropped in to aid the rebuilding of this region. Make sure that our beloved comrade the mayor stays safe from falling cans as he oversees the relief efforts. Use your cursor to deflect the cans away from the mayor. For every can that hits the ground, your score will increase, but be careful, if too many cans hit the mayor, that's game over.
Did the original version have this lore?
Yes. Yeah, he walks automatically and your cursor, like, helps to ward the, fucking cans away.
Are you a bad enough dude to save El Mayore's daughter?
This is the original thing that the Can Comrade 1983 Home Edition song was done for.
Question. If you actually beat the 413,000 points, does the high score update?
Yes, it does.
Holy shit.
I have never done that. I dummied it up so it would test it, but yeah. Lol, you didn't do good enough. It's okay. So the original lore for this was originally for the fucking New Game Plus. There was like the Aradia route that's like was a sort of semi-secret route. There was a arcade game you could play, and then in the Roxy route there was going to be like the home version of the same arcade game.
Yeah.
So gameplay wise it's the same, it just has a different like graphics. I'm not gonna try to beat my own high score.
That would take way too long.
Well, that was fun, but you should probably get back to what you were doing. Alright, let's ask her some actual questions. Nice hat!
Yeah, let's do nice hat.
Boldier grins and taps the brim of the wide hat.
Isn't it? Damara said she found it in a closet with a bunch of coats, and she thought I'd like it. Which I do, obviously.
Yeah, it's very stylish. Matches your coat pretty well, too. Boldier smiles at you.
You're so sweet.
Alright. Boldier is great. The sprites are, Sketchoodles did the sprites for Damara and Boldier. Very, very good work. Alright, let's, what are we gonna ask about?
Well, let's
Good
see
to
what
ask
the
all
audience
of them.
wants.
What should we ask first, audience? Second, how is she avoiding Scratch?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. I wasn't even sure how I got here, much less who was living in the old house.
Yeah, you wish you could go back to not knowing anything about anything in here, to be honest.
Well, I know now, but I didn't. And then Damara showed up and said she knew somewhere I could be safe.
I used to come down here to hide from him. This place, he can't see it.
Huh. You know that Doc Scratch seems to have some limitations on his perception, so you guess that isn't too unusual.
We exist in a kind of narrative blind spot right now. A space that exists in between the spaces.
That seems pretty useful, honestly.
Is, but it's lonely down here too, and I can't leave without risking running into him. So overall,
Mixed bag?
yeah.
Also, Snowman's hat is lined with tinfoil.
Why is
You
she
can't
here?
prove that it isn't.
That's true. Why is she even here? Boldier shrugs and grins at you.
I wish I knew, my friend. I just kind of showed up. I can't even remember what I was doing, but I felt something pulling on me, And then I was standing outside of the house.
You feel a shiver run up your spine. This all sounds a lot like your own experiences. How'd you end up under the house, though?
Well, Damara met me outside. She was very concerned for my health and well-being.
I thought he'd try to kill you, or make you serve him, like.
She trails off and you can see Boldier's face soften.
It's fine. He didn't kill me. And I'm not going to serve him. Honestly, I'm sure he wouldn't even care that I'm down here.
You're not sure that's really how Scratch operates, but Boldier shakes her head at you.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
What's she been doing here?
Well, I've been collecting things mostly.
You noticed. Where the heck did all this stuff come from? And how did she get it here? Get it if she isn't able to leave?
Damara brings it mostly from when she's sent places by Scratch.
But there's things here that you recognize from other worlds, far beyond the edges of time and space.
Well, that stuff I can't really explain. It seems to be drawn here. A kind of nexus for weird garbage, I guess.
It wasn't always like that. I think it started when you showed up.
She looks directly at you and you shift nervously. That comment felt very pointed. You smile nervously and shrug. Sorry about that?
Oh no, I'm glad. I get to see all kinds of things from all these different places. You should check some of it out. It's really cool.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a look at it while you're down here.
Other than that, I mostly talk to Damara here. She sees a lot of different things, and she can spy on Scratch.
Speaking of seeing things, you got the sense that Boldier was able to see things too, like other dimensions and stuff? Honestly, you're not super sure on the specifics. Boldier laughs.
That's funny. I can't see anything more than what's in front of me.
Foreshadowing is a literary device that... for reasons you'll find out in a little bit. She winks and laughs again. You get the sense that she's messing with you a little bit. Is there anything you do to help her? You feel bad that she's trapped down here. Isn't there anything you do to help her out?
Not really. Damara brings me everything I need, and it's pretty comfortable down here. I can even leave for a while to stretch my legs, as long as he's distracted or busy.
Still, it feels like kind of a lonely existence. She's only got contact with one person, really, and that person is being forced to serve an arrogant demigod? It seems less than ideal, is your point.
Maybe, but Damara here deserves to have someone to talk to her, too. She never even knew her Lucis.
I told you it was fine. I can't miss someone I never knew.
Well, you still deserve someone to help you out, especially at such an important time in your life.
I guess so.
Damara looks away from Boldier, looks distinctly uncomfortable. Okay, maybe time for yet another patented conversation topic switch. You think you should get going now? Boldier shrugs and looks around nervously.
If you say so, what else do you have to do?
What if you could get her out of here? Boldier stares at you and her mouth hangs open a little bit.
I don't know if that's a thing you can do. You have no idea how much power Scratch has over this place.
Yeah, you're not actually sure. He promised you that he had a way out before, but you had to win a game against him and, well, you're pretty sure it was rigged. But you feel like the way out is close now. You hear Damara's voice cut in softly.
He doesn't lie.
If that's true, then there must be a way out. You're thinking back to the exact words that Scratch used. What could it be?
I think I know.
That's wonderful. I would love to get off this moon. As fun as it's been, I'm getting kind of sick of eating nothing but instant grub noodles and these strange packages of Funyuns that keep showing up.
He doesn't want to let you go, even if he wasn't lying.
Right. He's not technically lying, but he's not telling you everything either. Or he's hiding behind the specific words he picks. A bargain with the devil.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to do? Damara's quiet for a while, looking around the crawlspace room and frowning. Finally, she locks eyes with you.
I think I know what he might be talking about. Come with me.
Damara leads you back away from the crawlspace and into the darkness under the mansion again. You follow closely, afraid of what the darkness might hide.
There's nothing there except rocks. It's really boring, actually.
Oh, well, you guess that's fine then. Back in the parlor, Demira looks again to see if Scratch is nearby.
We need to be careful now. If he sees us, then he might get really mad.
She leads you around another set of stairs that you don't remember being there before. You climb up for what feels like a while, finally arriving at a large door. Demira pauses and looks back at you. Lying by omission and does in misleading words still count as lying in court, though. Yeah, also Scratch just, like, actually straight up lies sometimes. Like,
He just says he knows.
I never lie, he says lyingly.
Are you ready?
Yeah, you're sick of being stuck here. Any way home is better than nothing. You step into the next room, and all at once, the odd sense of overwhelming familiarity grabs you, so much that you almost fall over.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's just something about this feels like you've experienced it before, but also like it's brand new. It's hard to explain.
Like you've seen it in a dream of another world, through someone else's eyes. Someone that's both you and isn't.
What the hell? What does she mean by that?
This whole place feels wrong. And I keep thinking I remember things I know I don't. Horrible things.
You're thinking back on bits and pieces throughout your own travels, the way that certain moments felt so weirdly resonant to you.
Hundreds of Alternians, killed to eliminate one alien and her Rustblood friend. A city burned on a whim, for no reason other than that I wanted to.
Party car! She gives me your arm. I like your arm.
I like you.
I'm gonna put you in the meat grind. I have cute aggression.
What the fuck is she talking about?
There are memories that are mine, but I've never known them in my entire life. The woman who would do those things isn't me, and yet, she is.
Okay, you're getting kind of freaked out right now, but something about what she's saying. You think all the way back to when Gallic was putting Tagora on trial.
Memories of another life. She's not the only one to experience them.
You look over at the handmaiden. Why did you just call her that? That's what Scratch called her, but
This is the place at the heart of everything, and right now, it's probably your only way of getting home.
in one motion, Demara pulls the heavy sheet down and you see it. Something that, by all rights, you have no way of recognizing. And yet, here it is. Trizza steps back with a gasp, but Demara walks forward and places a hand on the side of the portal.
This is what he uses to send me to different places, different times beyond what he can easily reach. He says it's only until my powers fully develop. But I always wondered, maybe it could reach other places. Places that are farther away.
She sighs and looks over at Trizza, then back at you, and you can see a sadness in her face that goes so far beyond her years.
He doesn't want to let you go. Not really. I don't know why right now, but you're both important. Or maybe it's just keeping you here that's important. I'm sorry, I wish I knew more.
She's British. Actually, so interesting thing about her voice. So the VA for Third Demara is Malaysian, and when we were discussing like the voice that she was going to use, we were kind of talking about like, you know, how do you want me to like pronounce things, and we came up with the idea that like to give it like a little bit of the sort of British accent, because Scratch being like the fucking representation of like colonization and power and everything, that would be appropriate given the British's whole thing with colonization and Malaysia and all that.
The epitome of Britain.
So yeah, that was an interesting little discussion with the VA about like what do you want to say subtextually in terms of like the choices you make in the voices and not just the narrative.
I can't believe Doc Scratch would have strong opinions about English. It seems so unlike him.
This is bullshit! He can't just keep us here forever. I'm going to find him and...
And what, my dearest Trizza? What plans are you up here making?
Oh shit. You turn to run as if it will matter, as if your legs will actually even obey your brain this time.
You have no reason to worry. I have no desire to harm you right now. In fact, I am quite pleased that you found this place.
I'm not mad. Don't put in the papers that I was mad.
Ew, that's the only reason I would ever hate him. Oh, fuck, there he is!
Damara, I would like to thank you for leading our guests up here.
Yes, Mr. Scratch. I'm so sorry I didn't say anything before.
Oh no, not to worry. I've been giving this matter some thought, and honestly, I think I've been far too harsh. If you'll excuse me, I believe this is a conversation I wish to have in private. There, now it's just you and me again.
Yeah, that hasn't worked out great for you, historically.
Oh, not to worry, my dear reader. I'm no longer interested in removing you from the timeline in such a violent manner. Once again, I wish to apologize for attempting such drastic measures. I believed that they would be the best course of action at the time, but now I admit that I was in error.
Oh, well, as long as he's in error, you guess it's fine.
Sarcasm doesn't become you, dear reader. In any case, I'm sure that by now you've surmised that this artifact before us has certain reality-altering properties, including the ability to move between timelines.
Oh yeah, Damara mentioned traveling through time before.
You misunderstand. Not through time, although it does have that ability, but to another timeline itself, another set of universal variables that produce a wholly different reality. For example, one in which your meddling has locked the timeline off from further interference, and all your friends are safe.
So what now? You already tried his stupid game and it was basically impossible.
I'm prepared to allow you to try again, actually, but with a different set of parameters.
Like what?
I understand you've been talking to my handmaid lately, and perhaps you understand how important she is to my plans.
Something like that, yeah.
However, she is not necessarily essential to those plans, because you've delivered another one to me who could serve in a very similar role.
Got a cop hiring ad. Ew.
No! Stop it, YouTube! Do you know what my audience is?
No, it literally does not. Trizza? You saying that Trizza could do what he's got Damara doing right now? Scratch nods.
Precisely. So now I have reached something of an interesting quandary. I have 2 potential handmaids, and yet I only need 1. In fact, it's quite irritating to face the prospect of dealing with them both. So, I decided that I'm prepared to allow you to not only return home with your various friends, but to select one of those 2 to go with you. The other will, of course, stay here with me to ensure the continuity of my own timeline.
You don't love this. It feels like a devil's bargain, and you're looking at your own reflection in the devil's featureless, shiny face.
So, my dear reader, which will you choose?
This one is not. You'll see.
Huh.
You've got 2 options. Either you save your friends, or you give them a way to fight back. And this is just a straight-up choice.
Excellent. You see, you're capable of making these hard decisions after all. Now, of course, you'll still have to prove to me that you fully understand your place in the narrative, in the timeline of events.
course. So that means you'll be playing the game again?
Not exactly the same game, but yes, essentially. I'll give you some time to prepare yourself and discuss the situation with the others. Let me know when you're ready to prove your worth.
Well, shit. You stand there for a few minutes, or you suppose what feels like a few minutes longer, staring at the portal in front of you, at the doorway that can lead you back home. You've got no idea how you're going to actually accomplish any of this, given the fact that Scratch is still likely to be rigging the hell out of the game, but when have increasingly impossible odds ever stopped you before? Slowly, you find your way back down the stairs to the parlor, where you see Damara sitting quietly on the couch and Trizza pacing back and forth nervously in the room.
What did Mr. Scratch say to you?
That's complicated. You might actually need a few minutes to think this one out. Actually, Damara nods and shrugs as if to say, we've got all the time in the world.
I need to speak with you. Alone.
Trizza pulls you around a corner, far enough away from the parlor that you're pretty sure that Damara can't overhear. She leans in, an expression on her face that you're having a hard time figuring out.
You've seen it too, haven't you? The bleed through.
It's kind of freaking you out, actually. Does she want to maybe get outside and get some air? Maybe she's feeling cooped up? Trizza shakes her head quickly, but she walks toward the door and leaves the mansion without saying another word. Is she doing okay? You know things are weird and bad right now, but you're in the process of making a plan to get out of here.
I think I understand why you were so shocked when you saw me, beyond me being the heiress. You saw it, didn't you?
Kudos to the voice actor for making such a great
It's
job with Scratch.
Denia!
That was me! That was me! Although I can no longer do that voice, but, you know, still. I recorded all my dialogue. Saw what? Trizza glares at you and turns away, staring at the dull gray sphere of Alternia in the distance. You can't help but wonder what version of Alternia you're actually seeing, or if it's a weird super state of all versions of Alternia at once.
That is the longest
Cool,
song.
man. Awesome.
Don't act stupid. Versions of people that don't exist. Someone else's memories.
That old familiar chill runs up and down your back, and for a second you see it. The smiling face battling by the burning city, the eyes that don't feel anything anymore, the woman who diverged so many suits in the past. Actress, then I'm so sorry. It's okay. Voice actor is usually considered a gender neutral term, so you're good.
Voice actress, actrix. That's how Latin works, right?
Yeah, definitely how Latin works. But you've never seen any of this, have you? I once got a phone call from a recruiter for the Marines while I was eating dinner with friends after a convention. So I told him I don't have a taste for boots or crayons.
Okay, what is the Marines eat crayons thing?
I don't fucking know.
saw that on TikTok.
I think it's just calling them stupid.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, I think she's right.
Oh my god. The fact that, like, when you're about to graduate high school, you start getting those fucking army calls, and they're like, hey, you want to join the army? You want to join the army? Luckily, my parents fucking hate the army as much as I do, so they told them to go fuck themselves even before I could.
Super liminal. Hey, you, join the Navy.
Wait, what?
But you've never seen any of this, have you?
It doesn't matter. Some version of you has, in some way.
Why are they continuing to call you after graduating high school? Usually they try and get you fresh out of, you know.
I guess
when you want an
you're
opportunity.
still within recruitment age.
Ugh, disgusting.
Trizza paces out toward the edge of the strangely cultivated lawn that surrounds the mansion, head down.
How do I know that version of me isn't the real one? The one that's most true?
Well, they should know you're too smart to go to join the Marines then.
You're not sure what to say to her. This is still something that you're struggling with, understanding the timelines and alternate versions of reality. But also, maybe it doesn't matter? Trizza looks at you suspiciously. Oh shit, you gotta explain yourself now. Okay, so the thing of it is, What does it even matter? This is her reality right now, right? Triza nods silently. There's something weird about this place in particular. It's like someone drew in on a piece of paper before and the ink bled through onto the next page. It's not a distinct or clear picture, but you see some echo of what happened before.
That seems like an accurate way of putting it.
But what does it matter? Who cares what came before if it doesn't matter anymore? For all you know, that timeline never even got to the end. Maybe it got cut off prematurely, forever doomed to never get its final word in.
It's easy for you to say. I'm assuming you've never had visions of yourself committing mass murder.
Well, no, but also it doesn't matter. She hasn't committed mass murder at all. She has, in fact, worked very hard to change things for the better. Triza barks out a short, harsh burst of laughter.
For the better? What a fucking joke! That rust blood in there? You think she deserves to live like this? You think she wants to serve that monster?
No, you definitely don't think she does. You don't think anyone deserves to live the way that Alternia makes them. Triza nods slowly.
You're right. Which is why I can't leave them behind. No matter what you're planning.
Oh no. She's not the first person you met who doesn't want to leave Alternia, but you get the sinking feeling that she isn't going to change her mind.
I'm not. These people, I care about them. I was trying to do something for them. Trying to work with.
She doesn't finish her sentence, but you know exactly who she's talking about. With Credia, right? Triza nods, tears welling up in her eyes.
I won't abandon them. And I'm not going to abandon Tamara. Come on!
Someone said, hurts to think about Triza Wise. I feel terrible for her. Something I never thought I'd feel. Yeah, I had a conversation with a friend of ours who is like has some very cogent thoughts about like Nina, and that influenced how I decided to write Triza in this game and like take the approach of like, what if in the course of all of these alterations to the timeline, you're seeing a version of it where Triza was raised in a way that she's sympathetic to the Alternian people instead of turning into a fucking monster.
I mean, even if she wasn't sympathetic, all the fuchsias are inherently born with a sword of Damocles over their head. Like, they're all fucked.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like the whole thing with her route is like she's on a timeline towards fighting the Empress, whether she wants to or not.
The moonskull buggies are going.
Yeah. I know. There's another one.
We were on mute when there was just a massive parade of emergency vehicles outside our house. I don't know if that's like an Easter thing or if there's actually something on fire.
I keep forgetting that it's Easter weekend.
Oh.
I keep forgetting about that.
We don't have to think about that. We only have to think about
No,
Passover.
our big thing is about to end.
We did our Seder last weekend.
The Seder was nice.
Which is why we couldn't stream last. Well,
Yeah.
we didn't stream
Well,
last week because I had work.
You had work on Sunday.
Because I have childs to teach.
It's buffering again. Wait,
No,
for real?
what?
420 tomorrow, though.
Woo!
Ooh, yeah.
There's gonna be so many Stone Jesus memes on Tumblr.
Triza turns and walks back inside, and you're left alone outside of the mansion. Once again, start staring up at Alternia. For a second, you wish you knew how this all started, but you feel like that part of your memory will never really come back to you. And really, what does it matter? You're here now, and here is where you are. Or something like that. You're about to head back into the parlor to let Triz and Damara know exactly what the deal is as far as getting the fuck out of here, but you stop when you hear their voices from the other room.
I'll find a way to get you out of here. You deserve to be free.
No, I'm not going to leave. I know about his bargain, the thing he offered the alien.
His what?
And I know that you're not going to leave with them. You'd never leave Alternia behind, would you?
There's a space in the words, and you can practically hear Triza thinking.
I'm not even originally from your version of reality, but I still care about everyone down there so much.
This is all insane anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? Scratch offering the alien a deal?
Well, it seems like it's time for you to step in. So, actually, about that...
He made a deal with you. Except it wasn't you making a deal at all. You get to take the Ares, but in exchange, I remained here.
When she says it, you feel a stab of pain in your heart over the choice. The idea that you're going to leave this teenager here in exchange for...
Stop. What choice did you actually have? Leave one person with him, or leave the other? Either way, someone suffers. Someone always pays. And he always wins.
It doesn't matter, because I'm getting you off this fucking rock.
Of course. Because you would sacrifice your own freedom forever if it meant saving even one other person. Because in this timeline, that's who you are.
Trizzy shifts uncomfortably in place and looks away, and you find yourself wondering how Damara knows so much about any of this. She keeps talking, completely ignoring you.
None of it matters because you won't be convinced not to stay behind. And I don't want to leave.
What is she talking about? Staying behind with Scratch it's horrible.
I never said that. You need to come with me. Both of you.
Once more, the dark under the house wraps itself around you as you crawl forward on your hands and knees. Up ahead, you know Damara is there, with Trizza following close behind you both. But right now, for this slice of a few minutes, you're basically alone in the darkness. What are you even doing here? Why did you come back here? What made you think you could ever make a difference in any of their lives? The dim light of the crawl space slowly creeps up on you until the clutter of the room resolves itself.
You're back!
She frowns and looks back and forth between you, Damara, and Trizza, and the recognition on her face is unmistakable.
He said something, didn't he? He made you an offer.
You think you fucked up. Scratch is gonna let Trizza go, but she needs someone to stay behind as his apprentice. Boldier looks at Damara, who lets her head droop.
It's fine. I knew I was never going to leave anyway. And they shouldn't have to stay here because of me.
Hussey is not going to show up with the broomstick. So, like, one of the things about the last, like, volume and a half is, like, all the narrative characters that have anything to do with the, like, meta-narrative stuff, like, all the council members are all gone. You're just, like, seeing what the characters are doing now, except for one thing that you're gonna see in a few minutes. No, you can't accept this. You might have just met them, but you don't want either Trizza or Damara to stay behind. It just seems like a choice of which traumatized woman you want to sacrifice, and that doesn't feel great.
Well, what are you willing to do about it? How far are you willing to go?
Huh? You look closely at Trizza, and you can see a grim smile playing on her face. What's going on?
I was wondering if you might take that path.
Wait, what path? What's she talking about? Trizza nods and steps forward.
We're going to kill Scratch. Whatever he is, he's alive right now. I'm sure there's a way for him to die.
Damara stands there with her mouth hanging open, a look of absolute shock on her face. You find yourself empathizing with how she's feeling because this feels more than a little bit insane.
No, I think it's a way forward. Maybe it won't go quite where you expect, but...
Fuck that. I don't care. He dies tonight.
Okay, if you're serious about doing this, you'll need to beat his game.
How does she know about that? Boldier shrugs and winks at you.
I know lots of things. Call it the gift of sight.
I know about his games. He might not lie, but he's happy to cheat as much as he can.
Which is why you cheat right back. Why let him set the terms for everything?
You don't really see where you get much choice in the matter, actually. In spite of your best efforts, you know basically nothing about what you're facing here.
There's ways I can help you. But first, you have to answer a question.
Okay. I don't like the way she says that.
Do you remember the shadows in the white room?
You feel your entire body freeze up. If you had hair follicles, then you'd be covered in goosebumps right now. Why does that sound so familiar?
I think you should
Why does it
relax
sound familiar?
and try to remember.
What's
I
that?
heard those shadows are ripped. I hear they have an 8-pack.
So you're back again, here at the end of all things, here at the very beginning. Wait a minute, you remember this. You remember her voice from the start of the game? She told you about tragedy and said, maybe this isn't a tragedy. You're having a really hard time believing that. People got hurt. You hurt people. You couldn't even begin to save everyone. Why does that matter to you? Because they're hurt. Everyone is in so much pain all the time, so hurt by the world they have to live in. They deserve to be free, for the system to be fixed so they're happy. You can't fix what isn't broken. And Alternia? Alternia isn't broken. It serves the very purpose it was made for. But that purpose sucks. I agree. And yet, it is not our responsibility to finish the work, but neither are we exempt from it. So what would you do? Help them defend themselves. You can help them fight. You're not going to get your powers back and help them stand up against... You're going to get your powers back and help them stand up against Scratch and the Empire. What if I told you that your powers are never coming back? Would that change how you feel? No. You'd still spend every second you're alive trying to help them, because that's who you are. Because you've spent too long seeking something that always felt like it was just out of reach. Every day you're alive, the very act of living is a chance to unmake your world and build it back up again. And maybe sometimes the world deserves to be unmade.
What happened to them?
Don't worry. They'll be coming around soon enough.
Okay, but what happened?
I think they remembered something.
Oh shit, yeah, she could say that. You remember everything. The way that time looped around and around itself, the council and their vague advice, the sense that this was all supposed to help you accomplish something? Or what the hell does it matter? They're gone now. Don't have any more influence over this world. So how can any of this possibly help you?
Because I found this.
We are doing a Revolution playthrough here. Boldier rummages around in one of the piles of junk that's scattered around her room. Finally, she emerges with a wrinkled sheaf of papers. There's something about it that feels wrong. What is this? Boldier leans in close and passes the papers over.
Do not show this to anyone else, including those two.
You don't understand what... Oh, holy shit. This can't be real. There's no way that this is real. You skim down the page, looking at the words printed neatly in 12-point Courier New font. You can't believe what you're seeing, but... And yeah, it's the game's script.
It's all there, right? Everything.
What the hell are you two doing over there?
Trizza starts to walk towards you, but you put up your hand. Wait, she can't come over. Just please. She needs to trust you. Reluctantly, Trizza stops and shakes her head.
Fine, just make it quick. Gotta figure this plan out.
This cannot possibly be real. There's no way anything like this exists.
And yet, you're holding it in your hands. Maybe you don't understand your place in this world as well as you thought.
You put the papers down and stare at Boldier. How does this help you?
So we're not doing salvation today, but what we are doing is showing what the salvation
Yeah, we're
ending
gonna
looks
load
like.
up a save that I dummied up after we do the ending here.
Scratch was never playing fair. His questions had answers you couldn't possibly know, or answers that weren't answers at all. But with this, things are different.
Oh shit, is she saying you could literally change the script? Boldier shakes her head, looking dejected.
No, I tried that already. It always just changes back. But I think there's another way.
You are all ears at this point. Like if a person could be comprised entirely of functional ears, you would be that person.
Why are you so weird? I think that there's a chance I can adjust some things in the game room to make the game fair, at least.
Okay, but he's probably still gonna hit you with weird questions you couldn't possibly know the answer to, like, what's the name of the grub Branya had in her pocket or something?
Fiona!
Of course. But I think that's where one final piece comes into play. I just need you to talk to Scratch for a little while. That's all.
And she can't tell you why you're going to be talking to Scratch? A thing you should point out that you very much do not want to do.
No, you need to trust me. Talk to Scratch, then come to Damara's bedroom.
She turns to Trizza and Damara and frowns.
You two, you need to get into place while I find Scratch.
For what you hope is the final time, you're in the dark space under the mansion. You don't want to have to put all your faith in Boldier like this. Not because you don't trust her, but because you just hate not knowing things. It would be so much easier if you knew what the specific plan was. You pull yourself out from out of the house and dust yourself off, looking once more at the strange sight of Alternia in the sky. As you look at it, you notice that there's something off about it. A lack of movement in the clouds and a kind of haze hovering around the planet. So I need to go pee.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do. We're in the final like stretch of the route. So I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Y'all want to keep talking? That's cool.
I'm debating doing something very mean to the audience.
What?
Clicking the mid-roll ad button to make a little bit of money. That would be too cruel. Too many of these ads are like Army or AI. I can't do that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna click the mid-roll button. How's everybody doing tonight?
I was going to make a joke about combining the army with AI, but that's just Joe Dante's Small Soldiers.
Well, Jania's back in again.
I'm back. Unfortunately.
Anyone in the chat remember Small Soldiers?
I remember Small Soldiers.
It was just fucking Gremlins again. You just made Gremlins
It
again.
was just Gremlins, but worse.
It even had fucking Dick Miller in it.
Alright, I guess I'm not using the bathroom right now.
Don't piss, girl.
Huh, what's that about?
What that's about is simple. As you may have already surmised from your discussion with my handmaid, this moon exists out of time. Any attempts to reach it from any given iteration of Alternia would have disastrous results.
That sounds pretty bad, actually.
Yes, you are quite correct that this would typically be seen as pretty bad. Although, it turns out to be a remarkably good way to cultivate the mythos surrounding my home. Now, why don't we take this conversation to a more pleasant environment? Now, my dear reader, have you had a chance to prepare yourself to attempt my test once more?
Almost, but you really wanted to ask him some questions first. You feel like it's really important to do that.
Oh, why is that, specifically?
You don't actually know.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in indulging you for a short while. You fascinate me, you know. This strange black hole in the scope of my perception. Wherever you go, it feels like there's this air of non-deterministic potential. Honestly, it sickens me.
Okay, cool. Well, you're not a big fan of his attitude either.
Don't misunderstand me. I have no qualms with you as a person. It's more the chaos that you represent.
You see some of my best friends on narrative entities.
Yeah, you can't put that in this picture in a way that...
In any event, don't let your thoughts dwell on it. Ask me your questions, and I will provide you with the answers you seek.
Why is he doing any of this? I just want to know what the actual purpose behind any of what he's doing is. It seems so pointlessly cruel.
Of course, you would see it that way. The curse of having a limited point of view. If you saw things the way that I do, perhaps you would have a different opinion.
You're not actually sure about that. You've had the opportunity to see a few different points of view, and all it keeps coming back to is that he's hurting people. Let's see what's going on. Chat. Oh, artsy. Alrighty. There it is.
People who scarcely matter in the cosmic scope. What was it your friend said? Our entire world exists against a cosmic void that is scarcely aware of us. So, my dear reader, what is the point of focusing on any given individual beyond their place in the larger plan.
You feel a pricking sensation all along your spine. Who said that? When did she say that? Wait, she. What else was it she said? We can choose to light the lives of those around us instead of letting them suffer in darkness. For that moment, at least, we can give hope to others. And for that moment, you have changed the universe.
How incredibly trite. It's your sentimentality that put you in this position to begin with. You would be wise to disabuse yourself of that particular burden.
What happens to Alternia?
A painfully vague question. Do you mean that in the cosmic sense? Or the specific case where you've been meddling lately?
Both?
Well, in the grand scheme of things, Alternia exists purely to facilitate the creation of the next universe, to fulfill the cycle that he belongs to.
Yeah, you know that one.
As to the specific slice of Alternia to which your friends belong, I would imagine that they'll eventually be killed. The Empire's vast, and it has little tolerance for deviation.
But your friends...
We'll all be dead. I fail to see how this is difficult to grasp. Really, the concept is exceedingly simple.
What happens to your Earth?
Oh? The Earth you've locked away to create a space for that handful of friends you had?
Yeah, you've been trying to make things better there using your powers. Of course, you're not sure if you'll be able to do that anymore. But you want to make sure that everyone is safe. That was always what you wanted, to make sure everyone gets to be safe and happy.
I have no knowledge of your Earth, nor any claim to it whatsoever. Your previous actions splintered that particular branch off from the tree, as it were. So rest assured that your little project of a world will remain forever out of my sight.
God complex? I find it quite simple.
Well, good. You didn't want him coming there.
Why would I want to do that? From my perspective, it is little more than yet another doomed timeline I can ignore.
Timeline stuff hurts your head. I'm having such a hard time following it all. The way that you keep getting these vague memories from things that haven't happened.
Not many individuals have been gifted with your unique properties. There are some side effects. Your sense of increased awareness is one of them.
But you don't even have your powers anymore. Shouldn't that make everything more normal?
My dear reader, some doors cannot be closed once they've been thrown open. You should keep that in mind.
About Damara.
What about her?
Why is he treating her like this?
What do you mean? She is my apprentice. It is important that she be properly prepared for her future role.
He's torturing her. You know about how he keeps making her watch her friends die again and again.
That is not my fault. If she would simply comply with my wishes, then her life would be so much easier. It is critical that she be ready, and that kind of want and disregard for our work could have disastrous consequences.
But disastrous for who? You notice that Scratch doesn't respond to this right away.
That is unimportant. Regardless of what your opinions on the matter are, she has a role to play, and she needs to learn to play it. And she will remain here and accept this role, as is befitting of my handmaid.
About Trizza. Was she part of his plans? Having her locked away in a tower and waiting for the day when she would fight the Empress?
Of course. Perhaps not to the same degree that the handmaid was part of my plans, but the heiress always had a crucial role to play. Either she would rise up and become the next empress, or fall and affirm the reign of her imperious condescension, or whatever she calls herself.
Well, joke's on him. Now Trizza isn't gonna fight the Empress at all.
Oh? Is that what you think? You don't see the fire that burns behind her eyes? The spark of hatred that exists within her? Do you think that other version of Trizatethis simply appeared out of nothing?
You don't like this. You don't like what he's saying to you. Scratch laughs.
Given the right set of initial conditions, she would be the very same person she's so deeply afraid of. But I suppose that's a question you'll have to take up back home on Earth. I wonder what the heiress would make of the place. Now, I believe that we've spent more than enough time chatting. You have preparations to make.
For a second, your heart jumps into your throat and you freeze up, but Scratch laughs.
After all, you'll be playing for higher stakes this time, and I wouldn't want you to fail so miserably again. When you're ready, I will be in the game room. I trust you can find your own way there.
You're standing in front of the Felt Mansion once more, blinking in confusion. You really hope that you gave Boldier enough time for whatever she was doing. You gather up your thoughts and begin to make your way back to the mansion. Back up to Damara's room, you cautiously open the door and step inside. You're not sure how long Boldier needed to do her thing, but you gave her as much as you possibly could.
Thank you. I did everything to help you that I could. The rest is up to you and Triza.
But wait, where is Triza? Damara and Boldier look at each other nervously.
Scratch has her downstairs in his game room.
The rest of her plan is going to be harder with him watching her so closely.
It's not ideal, no? And you're not even sure what the plan is.
I'm sorry. It's important for you not to know the specifics. Just please, trust us.
Before you walk into the game room, your feet feel like they're freezing in place, and you stop to calm yourself down. You can't fail this again. If you do, none of you are ever leaving this place. But what choice do you have? You have no idea how Triza thinks she's going to kill Scratch, but she seems completely committed to it. Basically, you're out of options. So you take a deep breath and step into the game room. On your way in, you nearly trip right over the stupid crowbar that Scratch tried to use to kill you before. He just left it lying there up against the door frame like an asshole. Foreshadowing his other device then.
Ah, my dear reader, you're just in time.
You look over at Triza, who scowls and shakes her head.
Don't mind her. I simply want to keep an eye on her while we conclude our business together. When this is complete, she will be as free as she's ever been.
You hate the way he says it. The way he twists the word around to mean exactly what he wants to mean without ever technically lying. But you don't have time for this right now. You're ready to play this stupid game.
Excellent. Allow me to get set up.
My dear reader, I have always strived to be fair with you.
Well, Doc, looks like our favorite contestant is back.
Indeed they are. We shall see if things play out differently this time.
It wasn't even close last time, but let's not give up hope yet. Anyone can make it big here on Pester Quest 2. Now, let's get that score up on the board. Time to see how well you know canon, post-canon, and beyond. Good luck! First question. What blood color is the pocket grub? Amazing! That's correct!
How charming. You genuinely think you're doing something here?
And now for our next question. What is the name of the pocket grub? A brilliant answer by the genderless narrative entity in the black hoodie.
Nothing more than lucky guess, I'm afraid.
Next question's a bit tricky. Which Homestuck character famously lost a finger? Oh no, you're way off with that one. Well, maybe next time. And now for our next question. What is Doc Scratch's canon catchphrase?
I cooked the pizza. I sent the handmaid into the space.
Oh no! You're
I don't
way
pay the
off with
taxes.
that one.
Excellent host was not
What could possibly go wrong? Apparently, a whole dang lot. Next question's a bit tricky. Who was canonically abducted as a baby? Ooh, so close. But that wasn't it.
stolen.
It was a tricky one, that's for sure.
She just kind of like showed up.
Yeah.
Our next question is...
Yeah.
It's not stealing if
Who
she's just there.
is Stelsa's canon Moirail? Oh no, you're way off with that one. I can't believe they missed that one. And now for our next question. What is What Pumpkin's official Tumblr? Oh no, you're way off with, well, maybe next time. And now for our next. Which Homestuck game is canon? Ooh,
It's
so
open
close.
now, not canon.
That wasn't it.
But it doesn't matter because you get a revision.
It was a tricky one,
Yeah.
that's for sure. And that is it for today. Doc, let's see how they did. Ooh, that's not very good at all. Sorry, you'll have to do better.
Ah, how unfortunate. I'm sorry, my dear reader. Now, I believe we have other business to attend to. My dear reader, I do believe that you failed to pass my test. Sadly, I cannot possibly let you leave this place.
You have a feeling this was coming. It wasn't a fair test in the first place.
I'm offended. This test was just as fair as the first one, and any other test I would put before you.
Yeah, you figured. Doesn't matter. You can feel something wrapping back in on you. Well, it looks like Boldier was right. Weird how that works. You always kind of figured you weren't actually done with all the meta-narrative bullshit. No rest for the friendly. That's how it goes, right?
I'm sorry. What was that?
The council will see you now.
Boldier said you'd be needing my help to look back a bunch, but she didn't say why. I trust her. She's nice. I think she wants to help all of us however she can. So, hold on and I'll send you back. Just keep track of your answers. I think that's Boldier's plan here.
Yeah, you're kind of getting the sense that this was why she didn't want you knowing in advance. If you didn't know, you can warn Scratch, which gives you about the only advantage you're getting here.
Well, Doc.
That's okay, you know this part already.
Oh, okay, I guess.
Test request 2!
Well, now, it's just not fun anymore. Now, let's get that score up on the board. Time to see.
You know, canon, post-canon, beyond. Let's just do this already.
First question. What blood color is the pocket grub?
You get Boldier.
Amazing! That's correct!
How strange. This isn't how I foresaw this at all.
And now for our next question. What is the name of the pocket grub? Fantastic answer!
Yeah. Your name's a good engine for that.
My dear reader, are you perhaps engaging in any unsavory activity behind my back?
And now for our next question. Which Homestuck character famously lost a finger? A brilliant answer by the genderless narrative entity in the black hoodie.
My dear reader, are you perhaps engaged?
Next question's a bit. What is Doc Scratch's canon catchphrase?
There, now it appears.
Amazing! That's correct!
How strange.
Next question's up. Who was
Mara, apprentices, yeah!
He didn't say which
Fantastic
canon.
answer!
How strange.
And now for our next question. Who is Stelsa's Canon Moirail? Correct! How do they do it?
How odd.
Our next question is... What is What Pumpkin's official Tumblr? A brilliant answer by the...
What Tumblr?
Strange. This isn't how I foresaw.
And now for our next and final question. Which Homestuck game is canon? Fantastic answer!
How odd.
And that is it for today. Doc, let's see how they did. That is amazing. A perfect score.
Interesting. Now, I believe we have... Well now, this is most unexpected. My dear reader, is there something you want to tell me?
What's he talking about? Didn't you finish the game? Didn't you win?
In fact, you did. Which is, interestingly, the source of my confusion. How, in fact, did you manage to win?
You just answered the questions the right way. It's not like you cheated or anything, and he must have made the game winnable, right?
Actually, I never made that specific claim.
Scratch turns to Trizza, and you think that if he had a face, he would be scowling at her right now.
And did the dear, sweet heiress have anything to do with this?
The dear sweet heiress wants you to fuck off.
Now. You see, I can't have you using such foul language or plotting anything, now can I?
Oh, fuck you.
Trizza begins to walk forward, and you can see her eye in the crowbar propped against the side of the room. Scratch. Before she can make it even halfway, Scratch snaps his fingers and Trizza is thrown to the ground.
I'm sorry, but I simply cannot allow this to continue. Ms. Tethys, I must insist that you be removed from this equation immediately. After all, maintaining a proper sense of decorum is important.
You bastard! Is this enough decorum for you?
Damara, I don't recall asking you to...
You can hear the crackling of electricity
yeah.
scorching the ozone out of the air, and you turn quickly to see Damara Megiddo launching herself halfway across the room with two wands in her hands. She hits Scratch full force, and the wands punch into the hard surface of his head as easily as if it were made of butter. The noise that rings out from his red shadows is maddeningly loud, and you clap your hands over your ears to drown it out.
Where'd you get that sound effect?
I mixed it together from a bunch of stuff I don't remember now. Scratch collapses to the floor and you wait for something to happen. But nothing does. Holy fucking shit. You can't believe it. He's not moving. Scratch lies on the floor. Scratch's body lies on the floor. His cue ball head is cracked wide open and some kind of viscous, dark, deep green fluid leaks out onto the carpet.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's finally over. It's finally over.
Question: did she just perform an abortion on Word English?
Yeah, I guess she did.
Oh my god.
Timeline changed enough that Lord English just isn't in this fucking timeline anymore. Also, I'm gonna go see if I can actually use the bathroom now.
Go, kiss, girl. Go, kiss, girl.
Because we got all the ending stuff to read coming up.
Yeah.
You see, audience, it's comments like Word English abortion moment that they keep me around for.
Yeah. Demiurge has been aborted. I guess Dog Scratch is basically a womb. I don't disturbing.
I think it's more accurate to say his head is a womb.
I guess? I guess the comments we made earlier about Scratch's egg cracking turned out in the end more like a popped ovarian cyst. Oh my god, those are the worst. I was hospitalized for one a few years ago, and I got microaggressed at by the ultrasound tech.
That sounds very not fun.
She said to me, "Oh, so you are a virgin," when she found out that I've only ever slept with women.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm exaggerating the catty tone, but like, you know, still quite a shock when you're new to being gay.
What'd you say?
Oh, Ari said something along the lines of Scratch is a popped ovarian cyst, and I was mentioning my adventures with a popped ovarian cyst, and that ultrasound tech that was like, "Oh, so you are a virgin."
Oh my god. You're still processing this. Scratch is actually dead. Dead, and he's not moving or turning into something else or anything. Wait a minute. What about your powers? Now that Scratch is dead, maybe you'll get them back. You close your eyes and concentrate. If you can just reach out and connect with everything again, maybe... But you can't seem to feel it the way you used to.
I don't think your powers are coming back. He hit you pretty hard with that thing.
How the hell does she even know about that? Boldier winks, and you think back to the pile of papers she found down in the crawl space. Hey, speaking of that, how many more pages of that thing were there? Boldier shrugs.
It ends as soon as you step through the portal, so I guess that's it.
Well, then you guess it's time to hit that portal and get back home. Does anyone know how to work it?
I do. He showed me how to do it a few times, so I could perform my duties to him as his handmaid.
Well, this is the last time she'll need to do it. After that, no more handmade anything. Damara smiles at you.
Yeah, I'll go get it ready.
Before Damara leaves the room, Trizza walks over and speaks to her quietly. So quietly you can't make it out. When she's done, Damara nods.
Of course. I'll tell them in a minute. I have to do this first.
Okay, cool. Time to go. You start to walk toward the door, but you hear Trizza behind you.
Wait a minute. You know I'm not going with you, right?
You had a feeling that might actually be what she was going to do. As much as you want to bring Trizza back with you so she can live in safety, you have a feeling that isn't really her style. He was originally, oh, Little Cow. Yeah. No, you're right about
Little
that.
Cow got filled with a combination of Caliborn, Equius, Gamzee, and
Little
Hal.
Little Cal got filled with evil and turned into Doc Scrap.
And tormented
There are people on that planet.
Dave,
If I can
and
be
then
here to
Dave
help
turned
them,
him into Doc
then I'll do
Scratch.
it. This place, it feels like it has a strong connection to some very old power. I feel like I could learn to tap into that power someday. Do some real good for my people.
Trizza steps in and places a hand on your shoulder. You can see the concern in her eyes for everyone on Arternia.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that I can figure it out. I can make a difference. Watch over them. Thank you. You saved me when you could have easily just walked away. If you're ever back on Alternia...
About that, you're pretty sure you're not going to be able to come back. Trizza smiles at you, but her eyes look sad.
It's okay. You helped me and you helped Remily. Thank you.
Trizza leans in and scoops you into a surprisingly warm hug.
Thank you. Now, you should get going. You've got a world to return to.
The parlor where you've stood so many times feels strangely empty now. It feels like the ominous presence that settled over everything is finally gone. Instead, you're just standing in a musty old house. And here at the very end, you're still asking yourself the same question. Was any of this worth it? Did you actually help anyone, or did you just make everything worse? You'd like to think that you helped. In the attic, Damara stands by the portal. A portal that now hums and glows with a halo of energy.
Oh, good! You're here!
Damara can pick up each of your friends from a given location, but she's going to have to do it one location at a time, then send them along to your Earth.
Alright, let's do this thing.
Also, something to be aware of.
Boldier shifts and looks at you nervously.
This is a one-way street. Getting into the locked timeline takes a lot of energy, and we're not going to be able to recalibrate the portal more than once for each group of people.
So basically you made your bed, now you lie in it.
Our humanisms are a little silly, but yes, basically.
The thing about that is, though...
I already know. You convinced them all to support the rebellion. You had the chance to offer them a way out, and you did something even harder. You gave them hope.
Yeah, you really hope that isn't gonna end up backfiring horribly, huh? Damara shrugs and smiles at you.
It's only you left now. Time to go home.
You guess it is. It feels like it's been forever since you set foot on Alternia again. You can't say that things exactly went according to plan, but you guess that it ended up okay in the end? Not perfectly? Can't stop thinking about the people you couldn't save, the ones you got back too late to do anything about.
I'm sorry. I know how it feels to not be able to save people you care about.
Is she going to be okay? Damara smiles at you and nods.
I chose this. Teresa is... I know she's a good person.
At least in this timeline, you guess?
Well, it's the one we're living in. I hope she understands how important she is. To the Alternian people. And to me.
You nod thoughtfully. And you suppose that's the last impression you're giving before you disappeared, basically forever. You're not crying. You're definitely not crying. You turn and smile at Damara, who nods and returns the smile softly. And then, you walked forward into the portal. It's quiet. Quiet, and you're finally filled with the sense of calm. It's an experience completely unlike traveling with your powers. Almost like you're in a waiting room between two realities. And this time, you're alone. You stop to think back on everything you've done, on all the lives you've touched. Maybe it started out as you fulfilling Scratch's conditions to help create his predestined world, but it ended as so much more than that. Part of you wishes you could stay behind on Alternia to help the revolution, but something in the back of your mind tells you that this would be a bad idea. You don't belong on Alternia, and there are people back on Earth who depend on you too. You did what you could to make things better in whatever small ways. As best you could, and that's all anyone can expect of anyone else. But now it's time to close the book you've been writing in and let others pick it up. If you're being really honest with yourself, this was never your story to begin with. It's theirs. You close your eyes and step towards home. Following the mysterious disappearance of the heiress and High Imperator, along with the arrival of the Empress in the system, the political climate begins to shift rapidly, with various factions vying to fill the void left behind. Increasingly convinced of the lies of the Alternian Empire, Gallic quietly leverages his position within the Empire to gather information and begin work on a reform party within the Empire itself. Meanwhile, Tagora slowly adjusts to his newfound position living in exile. His overall outlook has been described as, I really miss the good coffee. Inspired by her ancestor Stenia, Stelsa became more and more involved with the planning and execution of the rebels' actions against the Empire. With Tizius and Daria balancing out each other's approaches to the rebellion, the three of them quickly became a formidable team. They understood the need for caution, but also the need for action. Knowing when to fight and when to pick their battles, they worked to establish a base of operations and carve out a place where Alternians can live freely.
You knew what you were doing, giving Stelsa a red one in front specifically.
For Skylight was always about principles. For Connell and Anastasia, it's more about seeing the winds of change blowing all across the Alternian Empire. But whatever the reason, these three are committed to hurting the Empire however they can. They work as freelancers, working for anyone who wants to take down the Alternian Empire. One day a strike mission for the rebels, the next a covert operation for the budding reform government. Rumors quickly build of a group of nearly unstoppable mercenaries who are willing to face the Empire head-on and win. They basically become the A-Team, imprisoned in an Alternian military camp for crimes they didn't commit. With Ardata gone and the lie of his that's a typo. And the lie of their position on satellite 5762A revealed, Sarava moves on to work for the rebels. Together with Marsty, they begin working to establish a planet-wide communications network to aid the revolution in spreading information and propaganda. I'm good.
Do you want me to take over talking at all?
No, it's fine.
For a while.
No, it's only the end cards.
If you want to hear all these songs again, you know what you should do? You should listen to the soundtrack in order.
It's grueling work that often goes unseen, but it's important. And they and Marcy, man, fucking goddamn it, forgot how to
Fucking misgendering Sarava!
pronouns for a bit. Fix this. But it's important. They and Marcy both understand how valuable controlling the flow of information can be. It would be narratively appealing to claim that Ardata died as she lived, but that isn't true, is it? The Cerulean died alone and unmourned in a burned-out tower on an artificial world dedicated to the Empire's cruelty. A fitting end, if not especially poetic.
F's in the chat.
Tired of sitting and waiting for their fate to come to meet them, Lank and Wanshi begin to use their creativity and skill in improvisation to help the rebels gather and spread information. Before long, they find themselves at the hub of a network that spans the planet. Jade Bloods in the caverns and Rust Bloods in the cities, even High Bloods who've grown dissatisfied with the Empire's lies. Together, they work to help monitor the Empire and provide aid for those who want to evade its clutches, even if for only one day more. With the combined efforts of the Jade Bloods of the Caverns and the Rebels, Alternia's free caverns soon become the first of many. Rebels work to liberate Jade Bloods, destroy drones, and break the Empire's ability to directly feed recruitment. Soon a network of free caverns stretches all over the planet, with a dedicated group of Jade Bloods working tirelessly to protect it. In the original free cavern, Linera and Branya continue to tend to the grubs and teach the Wigglers, and Daria works with her Moira Altisius to plan the next phases of the Alternian Revolution. Free from the extortion of her former manager and aided by the rebels, Chixie returns to her protest music in full force, but now she's got some help. Let me go see what Trim wants.
Fuck that bitch, yeah. Yes, you gotta go back and play Friendsim too. I know that, like, I joined Broadway stuff after Friendsim 2 had released, like, at least 3/4 of its volume, so I couldn't be like, hey, do this thing. But the fact that you haven't done Friendsim 2 is, yeah, you gotta play Friendsim 2.
It's free on Steam.
It's free on Steam and fully voiced.
Together, she and Zephyr speak out against the Alternian establishment, all while staying one step ahead of the Wedge's purpose. Chixie and Zephyrs did start a band together in this ending. The remaining members of Daria's punk band join them sometimes, all working together to spread the message of the rebellion to every corner of the occupied galaxy. Zebra remains on Alternia, forever locked in a prison of his own making. Unable to exert control over Chixie's career without risking his own culling, he continues to simply exist. He will never be free, because to truly be free, one has to let go of their desire to control others, something he can never bring himself to do.
Go die in a hole, you schmuck.
Chixie and Elward would never have expected to find solace in each other, but years of shared experiences and long days talking together have a way of changing things. In a situation they both feel comfortable in, Elward decides to stop trying to run from herself, and Chixie decides to open herself up to the possibility of having a flesh relationship with someone.
Chixword.
It's not clear if Amasia is an enthusiastic supporter of the revolution or simply an enthusiastic hater of the Empire. It's the second. In the end, maybe it doesn't really matter. Either way, they continue to stalk the city, clearing a path through the Legis Corpus and giving the rebels room to breathe.
Amasia just likes killing.
But what happened to Tirona? In the end, nothing really stays the same. Tirona's increasingly blatant Imperial propaganda angers the anti-Empire contingent in the city of Everdim to the point where they storm her offices, fully intending to kill her. But Tirona is nothing if not resourceful, and she slips away in the chaos. She survives on the run from the Empire and the rebels alike, betrayed by the people that she once worked so hard to glorify.
Not like that.
Every revolution encounters setbacks, and this one is no exception. Having recovered so much high-quality equipment from the Fleet Depot, Philippa, Tagiri, and Malik all set their sights on finding a new, secure hideout and beginning their mission once again. Finally, they find the perfect place, an abandoned industrial site nestled in the middle of a major city. With plenty of bolt holes and escape routes, it quickly becomes a state-of-the-art base they can use to strike at the heart of the Empire. The Imperial soldiers stationed throughout the Empire tell stories of the Nameless warship, the ghost of an Alternian light cruiser that doesn't exist on any registry or fleet roster anywhere. It appears out of nowhere to strike, to take its revenge for the sins of the Empire and vanish into the pathways of superlight. Crewed by no one, at least no one as far as the Empire is concerned, but the rebels who've been saved by that warship countless times know better. At the end of the day, there are few things more terrifying than a pair of pissed-off cold-bloods with an Imperial warship at their disposal. Demon and Fozer work together to spread the message of communalism, giving so many of the rebels a solid political philosophy to underpin their hatred of the Empire. After all, what good is hate if it isn't backed up by the desire to create something new? Charon remains on the Spirulita, keeping their head down and weathering the changes of the ship as the sweeps continue to pass and other crew members come and go. Sometimes they wish they decided to go with their friends into the unknown of the rebellion. If only to keep from being so painfully lonely.
Who gave them the autism creature?
Wait,
The artist! Yeah.
Yes.
I totally missed that.
If Marvis Salota was one of the Empire's greatest assets before, he's become one of their biggest threats. Free of the influence of the tentacle and the threat of extermination, Marvis turns his attention to the populace at large. Instead of parroting what the Condescent and the Imperator tells him and trying to subtly undermine, he now speaks the message of the righteous rebellion plain as day. All around Alternia and on countless colony worlds all over the galaxy, his broadcasts bring hope and inspire citizens of the Empire to break their shackles that bind them and rise up against the powers that be. After hearing the voice of Glub Glub with her own ears, Jahat's faith in the mirthful messiahs was only strengthened and deepened. She turned to the question of how Glub Glub might fit into her view of the world. Along with her mates for Akhnai, she began to comb through the records stored on Spirulita, piecing together the long-forgotten history of the Mirth One, the Purple Bloods, and their place in Alternian society. As Marvis helps to bring the message of rebellion to the very loud honking outside, to the Alternian people, Chahut works to keep their traditions alive, to make sure they have something worth fighting for. With Glub Glub no longer being used to enforce a parasitic vision onto the residents of the Spirulita, they begin to rebuild the carnival as a symbol of defiance against the Empire and everything it stands for. No longer isolated behind the walls that the Empire built, Tarako, Barzum, and Daisley begin to find a place for themselves, and in time, they'll find a way to heal from all they've been forced to endure.
Echo can reunite with Branya!
Bremley came down from Triz's tower a changed woman. No longer content to sit back and reap the benefits of the Empire, she looked for ways to use her skills against the Empire that took everything away from her. She becomes well established as a popular revolutionary artist, the cerulean who is willing to give up her position and actually listen to the low bloods around her. Those who knew of her career before often wondered what changed, how someone so arrogant could become genuinely invested in the revolution. But those few of them that get to know her well might get to hear the story about the tower at the end of the world and how it changed her life forever. The winds of change are blowing across the Empire, whipped into a storm that tears down everything and builds it up anew. In the middle of it all, some people are just trying to find their place. Vakari keeps flying for the Empire, but ends up crash-landed on a rebel-occupied colony world during a routine transport mission. If nothing else, it gives him plenty of time to think. And there, temporarily stranded on land once more, he begins to wonder if maybe his strange friend from all those sweeps ago had a point. And somewhere, deep inside, a spark lights. Zebedee keeps working for the rebels, moving supplies and smuggling people from one part of the Empire to the other. He's convinced that someone's watching over the rebels now and keeping them safe. Maybe he's right. Whatever happens, he knows he isn't alone in this fight, and that keeps him going. And every day, he sees the ranks of the rebels grow as more and more people defect to fight their oppressors. After all, with the heiress herself on their side, how could they possibly lose? Together, Trizza, Boldier, and Damara dedicate themselves to unlocking the secrets of Scratch's mansion in preparation for the inevitable conflict with the Empress in this new iteration of the main timeline. It's a difficult task, stretching all three of their understanding nearly to the absolute limit. But it's worth it, to be there to watch over Alternia and to help to guide it into a better future, one where no one will ever be subjugated by anyone else.
The Funyuns, they're here.
Sometimes, when the nights are long and quiet, the three of them sit together and talk quietly about the past and the future. But what about you? Years in the future, but not many. Years pass on Earth, and you're never at a loss for things to do with your time. All the changes you made when you still had your powers, those are precarious things that require a lot of effort to maintain. And you've started to understand that your place in all of this is to be there to support, yeah, that's a typo, to support the people you care about, to let them work to make the world a better place and be there in the way you're best at, as a friend. And still, you find yourself feeling a certain stab of loneliness inside of you. You miss your friends back on Alternia. You don't feel like you abandoned them this time, but you can't help but feel that stab of selfishness. The desire to see them again, not because it benefits anyone, but just because you want to see them again.
I don't think that makes you selfish.
Sure thing, imaginary version of Damara. Why does your brain's version of Damara look like she's like 19 anyway?
Because I am 19.
Wait a minute. This isn't in your imagination? Damara grins and shakes her head.
Nope. Turns out, well, it's a long story. I'm still here on the Green Moon, but let's just say that the walls are pretty thin here.
Can she answer your question then? Does wanting to check in on your friends make you a bad person?
No, I think it just makes you a person. You care about your friends. You did what was right by them, but you still miss them. I understand how it feels to miss people you care about.
Well, it's all kind of an intellectual exercise at this point anyway. After all, you're safely tucked away back in the locked timeline, and there's basically nothing you can do about it. For a long time, Damara is quiet.
What if I told you there might be another way?
What? What the hell is she talking about? The portal, it was a one-way trip, no takebacks. Once again, Damara is quiet.
So that might not be entirely true. Turns out that being Scratch's apprentice for so long had some unintended side effects.
As you sit and think about what she's saying, the world around you roars in its silence. Your thoughts reach out and pull away all at once, turning in on themselves in an infinite loop. And you arrive at a conclusion you knew was there all along. Is she saying that she can send you back? That she can help you visit Alternia again? That you can know for sure you didn't promise your friends a false hope?
Would you like to?
Yeah, you think you would.
And that's it? That's Friendsim
That's
2?
the revolution ending of the game. Which, once the credits roll, we'll do a couple of
Yes.
little variant things.
Yeah, we gotta hear all the voice acting from the Salvation ending.
Ugh. So yeah, that's the game. That's the thing, and we're gonna go back and do some more stuff in a second. But cool to see. Also to see everyone that worked on this game, like tons and tons and tons of people that put a lot of work into this.
We had so many artists.
Yep. Our musicians. Yeah, I'm glad that we got to play through this and finish it up. I don't know. I had a lot of fun working on this project. It's kind of weird to think that I'm not going to be doing it anymore.
Well, now you gotta start a new game.
I gotta start a new game at some
You've got ideas.
Friendsim 3.
I don't know where the story could go.
Absolutely not.
I don't think that there is another story to do in the Friendsim 2 universe.
Yeah. But yeah, so.
We gotta befriend the felt.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I'm not writing a felt name.
Alright. Yeah. Do you want to save your progress so far? Sure.
I think it's time.
I think it's time to do some. Thank you for playing. We here at Studio June. Hope you enjoy the game and hope to see you next time. Alright, we're gonna do the salvation, like, ending to the game. So I'm gonna load a thing. Okay, so this is after we kill Scratch. We're just gonna skip through a lot of the stuff we saw already.
It ends.
I do.
Speed
Yeah,
run time.
of course.
Yeah. Has anybody tried
Wait a
to do
minute.
Friendsim 2 speed
You
run?
know
I mean,
I'm not
hold
going
down
with you, right?
control and it goes like super
Okay,
fast.
but we have gameplay.
There are
Yeah,
people on
you
this
can skip
place.
through most
I
of
feel
it
like
by
I could
putting
learn
it
to
on
tap
story
into
only
that
mode.
power someday.
Fair.
Well, that would be a different category, obviously.
Friendsim 2 speedrun hard difficulty.
I don't know what's going to happen,
You know, you'd have
but I know that I can
glitchless.
figure it out. I can make a difference. Watch over them. Thank you. If you're up,
Okay.
it's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Now, you should get going.
Alright.
Oh, good.
Damara can pick. Also, this. Her humanisms are.
Oh, thank Empress you kept your promise. I've been nothing but nerves waiting for you the last few cycles.
Well, he's gonna be safe now. When you still had your powers, you tried to make some key changes back on Earth to make the political situation a little less focused on assassination.
Oh, good. I'm sure that'll get him to finally unpucker a little bit.
Tagora!
Don't worry about it, darling. It's fine. And you. I haven't forgotten about your bill. You made an informal verbal agreement. The most legally binding of all agreements.
Isn't getting him off Alternia payment enough? Besides, you also used your powers to help with the whole capitalism thing on Earth.
Well, that's no fun. Fine. Let's go.
Oh, Zizi, this is amazing. And just think, we'll be in a new world before you know it.
Tizzius responds through gritted teeth, trying desperately to smile.
Yeah, Stealth, we will. Can we just get this over with?
Oh, don't mind her. She gets motion sickness so easily. She'll be fine soon enough.
Tizzius nods and sighs heavily, catching her breath.
I'm fine. Hey, you. Did Daria get here yet?
Not yet, but she's coming. You already made sure of that. The two of them can catch up on Earth, but time is kind of a factor here.
Thanks for keeping your promise. That means a lot to me.
Of course, you wouldn't want her to be separated from the people she cares about. Tizia smiles at you.
Of course. Come on, Stulz. See you on the other side.
Thank you for everything you've done for us. It means so much to me. Thank you for keeping Zizi safe for me.
I can tell that I recorded
Hey,
that
it's
song
you. I thought you were full of shit.
Yeah.
As did I.
3 years ago.
But it appears that you are not, in fact, full of shit.
Azdata scoffs at you and turns toward the portal. Yeah, get it out of their system now.
This is impressive. How the hell did y'all get this setup going?
You wish you could actually answer that question.
Doesn't fucking matter. We're out of here.
I look forward to future conversations about the mechanics behind this technology.
You do not think you can meaningfully contribute to that discussion.
Y'all done alright. You know? Thanks.
Well, holy fucking shitballs, you did it.
Oh, and apparently a Ardata is
Ardata
alive save. I forgot. That's right, you made a promise to them, now you're gonna keep it.
Right on, my dude. Lamal, you got this.
Are we quite about done with this? A new world awaits.
Now, hold on a second. Before she goes all queen of the damned on anyone, does she understand that this world operates on She does understand that this world operates on different rules, right?
No murdering anyone. I assumed as much.
No murdering anyone.
Very well. I'm sure I will find a place in this new world. One befitting my station.
She trails off and frowns as if there's something nagging at her underneath the skin, a splinter of glass that she can't quite perceive. And then, without another word, she's gone. Sarava shifts uncomfortably. They're not enthusiastic about the idea of Ardata coming back to Earth, are they?
Nah, I mean, your call to make. And, like, non-violent solutions and shit.
Yeah, man! Vroom vroom!
But why her? Of all the peeps you could save.
Kia, if you missed Ardata's voice, you should listen to Moment of Balance coming out in September.
Yeah. You're still turning that one over in your head, trying to figure out an answer you feel comfortable with. No luck so far. Best you can come up with is, sometimes it's just like that.
Yeah, you're right. Shit happens no matter what, Lamal. Well, guess I'ma catch you later. If we gotta hang out, it'll be righteous.
You reassure Sarava that you definitely hang out with them, and it will, in fact, be righteous.
Right on, my agenda friend, bro.
Hey there!
You wave cheerfully at Wanshi as Lank looks around the attic slowly, taking everything in. Hey, is it weird that no one seems to be reacting all that strongly to this whole thing?
I mean, we're used to random drone murders and being ruled by an interstellar tyrant. This is just another walk around the block.
I'm just excited to get to hang out with everyone again. Rania and Daria and Lanera.
She makes a face, realizing what she just said.
Not that I care about that.
You're sure she'll enjoy Earth. Her newfound interest in tabletop games and the whole being an alien thing will make her a hit at Comic-Cons.
It'll be just like BeastCon.
But with slightly less murder. Wanchi frowns.
That's okay, I guess. Wanchi out.
Wanchi rushes forward excitedly, disappearing into the portal. But Lank hangs back, frowning.
What about Elward?
You look away quickly and frown. You're not actually sure where Elward went. After she left the bar, you didn't see her again.
I thought she might do something like that. Well, good luck, I guess.
Yeah, this is well, you didn't convince Elward to come with you, yeah.
Wherever it takes her.
Judging by the expression on Lank's face, there's something more to this. Something to unpack back on Earth, maybe?
Sure. Anything's better than waiting around to die on this hellhole. Time to go. Wouldn't want to keep the little grub-sized Hellraiser rating, would I? I guess I'll get a chance to apologize to Lanera for the party.
Everyone's out riding their fucking motorcycles because it's like 80 degrees.
I thought you were gonna say because it's Easter.
No.
Motorcycles for Jesus.
You never would have imagined that he'd be so... Would it hurt his feelings if you said he's a lot less of a bitch after hanging out in a cave for a couple years?
It's called character growth. Look it up sometime.
Yeah, there it is. That's the stuff.
There we go. 1. Linera, please mind the grubs in their carriers. 2. Daria, can you get our bags?
Of course.
Just the idea that they've got like these fucking cat carriers full of grubs.
I love it.
Sure. Why the fuck not?
The Jadebloods spend a few minutes shuffling carriers full of grubs into a place by the portal. Finally, they begin to pass them through, until at last it's just your 3 Viridian friends standing with you.
Thank you so much. You're giving us a chance to start over. I don't know how to tell you how much that means to us. How much it means to me.
She smiles and leans in to hug you, wrapping you up in her arms. When she's done, Branya reaches down and taps the tiny grub in her pocket.
Say goodbye, Priona.
The grub chirps at you and Branya smiles.
Oh, can you hide the thingy so we can see?
I cannot because that is a key that's been disabled, but the grub is right there. Chirps at you and Branya smiles and steps forward into the portal.
Is that the first time?
Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what we would have done without you.
I think it might be in like the chitter, but...
Shit, Lynn. Laying it on a little thick.
She grins at you and Linera seems to take this with good humor. You're glad to see their relationship seems to have evened out a little bit.
Of course. We'll be seeing you soon.
Hey, so, quick question. Where's Tizius?
She already went through the portal, actually. The way things are set up, everyone should come out in roughly the same area of Earth, so Tizius will be waiting on the other side for her. You see Daria visibly relax.
Whoo, okay. Thank the motherfucking grub. I thought you were gonna say she wasn't coming.
Oh, no, you would never want to do something like that to her. After all, you understand how important they are to each other as Moirails.
Yeah, that would have really sucked.
Foreshadowing is a literary device. Oh, hey, it's Chixie. She smiles at you, nodding.
You did it. You kept your promise.
Yeah, you're trying to make sure you don't repeat the many, many mistakes of your past. Maybe no cool magic powers anymore, but you figured it out.
Sometimes you don't need magical powers.
Yeah! Wait a minute, wasn't Elward gonna come with her? Chixie's face falls and she glances off to the side.
We didn't get to talk about it much. But I think she wants some time to herself.
Well, she could have all the time she wants on Earth. There's surprisingly abundant amount of free time for self-discovery there.
I don't think that's what she wants. Not now, anyway.
Chixie shrugs, but there's something a little bit empty behind her eyes.
It's okay, I guess maybe I should have said something. It's hard, sometimes, to tell people how you feel. To know what you're feeling makes sense.
You're not sure you know what she means, but you're really trying to understand. Chixie nods.
Look, thanks for this. I wasn't sure you'd make it.
Yes, they are being shown in volume order. In the order they're considered like the most centered around this. Like if you do convince Elward to come with Chixie, she'll show up here. The way she phrases that is interesting. It's something you can maybe unpack at a later time, although you suppose it doesn't much matter now.
Seriously, thank you for coming back, for everything.
Of course, you're trying your best. You just hope that it's enough.
Yeah, I get it. Moirails?
Moirails.
Then I'll see you on the other side.
Well.
Amicia smiles at you and tenses fingers.
Honestly, I wasn't even sure if you were telling the truth. But look at us, here in this place. Where is this exactly?
Oh, he doesn't need to worry about this place. He'll just be stopping along briefly before hopping over to your world.
I see. Too bad. There's something fascinating about this place.
Yeah, no, he really doesn't want that. You notice that Torona doesn't seem to be in the room with him, so he wasn't able to convince her?
Why would I want to do that? Torona is perfectly capable of making it.
Right, but what about when she gets old enough for Ascension and has to make it against the Empire? Isn't that just a couple of suits away? Amicia shrugs.
Look, you say that like I had anything more than a working relationship with her.
Without another word, Amnesia jumps through the portal with a small wave. You wish you had a chance to talk to Torona again. You feel like maybe you'd be able to convince her if you could give it another go.
Is there? There's no way.
There's no way to do it. Then again, she did seem pretty dead set on staying behind.
We never played Torona. I've never played Torona's route.
Somewhere deep down in your heart, you could know that that she's doing what she really wanted, and nothing you could have said to her would convince her.
Robo Buddy, you're still alive. I was worried when you just kind of dropped off the face of the planet. Again.
Well, you had something come up. It's hard to explain, but this is what you were promising before.
It's certainly something, I'll give you that. Never seen anything like this.
Indeed. I must admit that some of your stories were a bit difficult to believe, but perhaps you are conveying the truth more accurately than I give you credit. I apologize for making assumptions.
It's okay. Your generally unassuming and somewhat silly demeanor means a lot of folks do that.
Well, not me. I always knew that you would come back. I said, it's not like them to just disappear like that.
Malik puts a hand behind his head and blushes, grinning broadly.
I hoped you'd come back anyway. You know, for objective purposes.
Purely objective, you're sure. So out of curiosity, is there something else he wants to ask you? It seems like he's dancing around something specific. Malik's face somehow grows an even darker shade of cerulean.
Well, maybe. I was just wondering, when we're both on this Earth planet of yours, maybe you'd like to go out on a date?
Yeah, sure.
That's phallic.
Malik grins at you and clasps his hand together.
Holy shit. I didn't think you'd actually say yes, but this is great.
He leans in to give you a kiss on the cheek. Aw, now you're blushing. This is just the kind of gratuitous and overly specific fan service that you signed up for.
Okay, this is great and all, but we need to go.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry.
Your service is much appreciated. I hope that we can hang out together on the other side of all of this. Perhaps enjoy some of your Earth animated media?
Yeah, there's this one about giant robots fighting angels that he'd probably enjoy. It's weird as hell, honestly, but also really interesting.
It sounds intriguing. We will discuss this in future detail once we are both safely through your portal.
Love the nod to Casey.
Yeah. Well, time to go, huh? You'll see her once you're back on Earth?
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry about before. I was wrong about you.
You appreciate the gesture. After all you ever wanted was friendship. Well, friendship and other things that aren't friendship, but are perhaps related to.
Maybe just leave it at see you on the other side.
Yeah, that seems good.
Lol, look at this fucking noob loser. Just a little grub. So small.
They are pretty small if you think about it.
Yeah, they've still retained all the grace and charm that they're famous for. So that's great.
Don't need charm when you're this sexy.
Be that as it may, being sexy isn't going to keep Follicle alive, is it? Wait, that came out wrong.
I'll be fine. Got plenty of power from this bulge face.
Which is good, but what if something happens to Coopram? Won't that mean she eventually runs out of energy and dies? Follicle laughs at you, the same harsh, grating laugh you've gotten so very used to hearing weaponized against your poor, tender feelings again and again.
No, idiot. Any source of energy is fine. Any electricity at all.
She'd better eat batteries on Earth.
Wait a minute, you just had an amazing idea. The sun on Earth is a lot less harsh than Alternia. She might not only be able to be out in it, she might actually be able to draw power from it. She could be a completely renewable solar-powered troll.
Eris, you never shut up, lol.
Speaking of the Eris, I actually think maybe calling attention to the fact wouldn't be a great idea right now.
Whatever, lol. Be me. Get the fuck out. Fuck Alternia.
Fuck Alternia, indeed.
Holy fucking shit, that didn't feel great.
Wasn't that bad. We're alive at least.
We sure are. Time to go check out this Earth place, huh?
Oh, he'll love it there. Hey, maybe you'll get a chance to check out Earth's version of delicious oblong meat delicacies.
Yeah, I think I might actually take a break from meat in general. Kinda getting a little sick of seeing it. Well, whatever. See you on the other side!
You notice that Charon hasn't exactly been saying very much here. Is something on their mind? Charon shrugs.
Dunno. A little bit of this and that.
You're guessing that they tried to convince Fozzer to change his mind. Again, Charon shrugs.
He's committed. Can't argue with that. Figure you'd understand.
Yeah, you kind of do understand, actually. You're sorry about Fozzer.
I wish he would have come, but it's his decision at the end of the day. You have to respect that.
Yeah, they're right. Still sucks.
Sorry, I guess. But that's your thing to deal with, not mine.
We didn't expect that to be so unpleasant. It was pretty cool, though.
My little ones, we don't have time for this.
Fine. We get it. Okay. We'll see you later. Thanks for everything.
I never thought I'd see the inside of such a strange place. Messiahs be praised.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure the Messiahs have anything to do with this place.
I know you don't have the same faith we do, but everything ties back to them in some way or another, however small.
You guess that's a fair way to look at it? How does the whole other dimension thing fit into their beliefs, though?
Another aspect of the Messiah's creation. Nothing more.
We did not pretend to know everything, child. Just more than you, I suspect.
If you are ever interested in learning more, we always welcome the opportunity for study.
Chahut and Oknai step into the portal behind Barzum and Baisley. As soon as they're gone, you turn to see Marvis and Karako standing there.
Well, motherfucking well. We're finally here.
Honk. He seems not super surprised by any of this. Marvis winks.
Not gonna play with you. I suspected. Signs and visions and all that shit. To jack a line from Chahut, we can discuss it further if you wish, child.
Marvis laughs and walks toward the portal, tipping his cane towards you as he goes. Karako looks around and makes a couple quick signs. She looks like she's curious about this place, but also happy to be with Marvis and the others. Honk. In the air, Karako traces Branya's sign. Branya? Yeah, she actually went through the portal not too long ago. Karako will probably run into her once she goes through. Given how fast Karako's hands move as she signs, she's definitely excited by this. Honk. Karako motions toward the portal and makes a sign that looks like she's ready to go. She nods.
Branya's sign is complicated.
Yeah. And with one more honk, she skips through the portal.
You actually kept your word. Good for you, I guess.
Remilly's got a little tiny bit of her old energy back, but she still seems so subdued compared to how she was a couple weeks ago. Is she gonna be okay? Leaving everything behind, it's hard.
I was forced to leave everything behind already. You have no idea how hard it was for me. Teresa was kind to me. That's how I survived. But then...
She waves a hand. You know you're better off leaving it at that. Sometimes you don't need to rehash every excruciating detail of your friend's trauma.
Is that what we are? Friends?
Sure! You think Remilly is nice? Well, has the potential to be nice anyway. Remilly smirks at you and shakes her head.
Away with words too. How charming. I suppose I can't let this opportunity go. Let's keep in touch.
You turn to Damara, who steps forward toward the portal. Is she sure about this? You know it's a big decision, and you don't think it's one she gets to unmake.
In my experience, unmaking decisions often has unintended side effects. I'd rather not.
I'm ready to go. Damara, do you have everything?
Damara shrugs and looks around the attic room, and a strange look crosses over her face.
This feels weird. I hate it here, but it's the only place I've ever known.
It's okay. It's not something you have to do alone.
Yeah, that's the thing. People her age aren't typically expected to fend for themselves on Earth. You know of a few folks that might be able to help guide her, act like older siblings.
Siblings? I don't know that word.
It's kind of like a Moiril, maybe. You're not sure. You're not sure that's a good analogy, but the point is she won't have to be alone anymore. Damara smiles softly at you.
Thank you. I won't forget this, you know? Everything that you've done.
Time to go.
Like she said, Time to go. That means you too.
Is she sure she wants to do this? Stay behind like this? Is she gonna be okay?
I appreciate the concern, but this is the first time I've had a chance to choose something. I hope you can appreciate what that means.
You nod thoughtfully. You suppose that's the last impression you're giving before you disappear, basically forever. You're not crying. You're definitely not crying. You turn to smile at Trizza, who smiles back. And then you walk forward into the portal. And the same bit, and then we're gonna get new end cards. Free of the oppressive burden of the massive interstellar empire that controlled so much of both of their lives, Tagora and Gallic suddenly find themselves with an abundance of surprisingly peaceful free time. Gallic eventually compiles and publishes a comprehensive history of the Alternian Empire, offering a unique perspective into a world that most people on Earth had only heard of in vague rumors. This, along with Tagora's popular novel, The Talon Beast of Justice, have them busy with the convention and lecture circuits as they provide eager crowds with a rare glimpse into Alternian culture of the historical or popular variety.
Did you actually have Tagora write a novel about the Texas law?
For those who don't know, the Talon Beast of Justice is a reference to the Texas Law Hawk, who is an insane lawyer in Texas who makes insane ads. Back on Earth, Tizius and Stelza find that the system of law is a little bit different than what they're used to. Interested in how they can apply their experiences on Alternia to Earth, they begin studying law. It's an adjustment. The culture of Earth is different from Alternia in so many ways. They're effectively having to learn to live all over again. But at least they're all together. Scarlet finds herself taking Well to Earth, to the wide-open plains of the North American Midwest that remind her of where she grew up and raised Lucy for so many sweeps. Out there, she finds peace at long last. Conwell and Azdaja are finally able to find a place for themselves, choosing to spend a lot of their time traveling. Already used to drifting from job to job, they adapt quickly to a slightly less deadly form of employment. And as long as they stay together and keep moving, they seem happy with their new way of life. Everyone settles into life differently on Earth. For some, it's a chance to begin a new life, a chance to leave behind the shackles of the Alternian Empire forever. For others, the impression of those shackles never quite goes away. Sarava thrived on Earth, carving out a new path for themselves and bringing a sense of Alternian pop culture to the people of Earth. But Ardara was never able to fully adjust to life on Earth. All the time spent becoming a good citizen of the Empire failed her, and her escape quickly became a new kind of prison. Marsti threw herself into the rebellion in a way she'd never thought possible before. She quickly became one of the revolution's most dedicated soldiers, willing to risk anything to save her comrades or destroy the enemy. Some say that she carries an old grudge with her still, and those who knew her well enough to know that it has nothing to do with the Empire.
Ouch.
Yeah. Trolls might not have the same social concepts as humans, but on Earth, Lank and Wanchi finally found something they both wanted more than they'd ever admit. A family. Yeah! And the Vriska.
Oh, I love it.
Bonding with other humans and Alternians from different times and places, they began to realize that their similarities far outweigh their differences, and that here on this unfamiliar planet, they might finally be able to find a home. Without a mother grub, the population of Alternians on Earth is always going to be limited to the group of grubs that came along with you and the ones made using the tech in the old Lalon lab. But Bronya and Lunera committing to giving them the best possible chance to be a part of society on Earth, rapidly learning an entirely new set of cultures in order to teach their pupils. Daria still supports her quadrant mates, but she decides on a different path, joining Tizius in trying to study law and the systems that's so rapidly changing on an Earth that you had such a profound influence on. Free from her obligations to the Alternian recording industry and her commitments to the rebels, Chixie is finally able to find some measure of peace on Earth. Even if Chixie no longer wears the mask, the ideals it represents will live on beyond any one individual For now, Zephyros wears it, carrying forward the fires of revolution as he speaks out against the Empire. His history with Damek and the rebellion might be a complicated one, but when he's on stage and the house lights dim, there's nowhere he'd rather be. Zebra remains on Alternia, forever locked in a prison of his own making. Unable to enact his vengeance on Chixie's friends without risking his own culling, he continues to simply exist. Same as the other end card. Elward is still trying to figure out who she is and what her place in the world. She continues to travel Alternia looking for some way to escape, even if it's only for a few minutes at a time. Amesia continues their pursuit of art on Earth, finding the traditional medium of paint and canvas to be stifling. For someone so used to painting with the very essence of life itself, mere oils and acrylics are hardly enough. Also, look at what he's painting with. The fucking hogs, the feral hogs. Fortunately, out in the vast expanse of the open grassland, they find lots and lots of feral hogs to provide raw materials for their latest masterpiece. What happened to Torona? In the end, nothing really changes for Torona. Even if she's less hard on the rebels, she keeps working at her publications, still spreading the same rumors and gossip and pro-Empire propaganda. Every day is the same as every other day. And every day she wonders if she made the right choice not to take the way out she was given. Satisfied that they made a final piece of difference to those that they left behind on Alternia, Malik, Tigiri, and Philippa finally get a chance to relax for the first time since, well, ever. Immersing themselves in Earth culture, these three find no end to fascinating new things to learn about this alien world.
Oh god, I just got my schedule for tomorrow.
What?
I'm teaching 9 hours.
Holy shit, damn. They're watching.
I have one break. I think I'm gonna kill someone.
God damn, that sucks.
I'm gonna kill someone.
Oh yeah, looks like your love life is a bit more interesting lately. And how have things been going with your cool alien boyfriend? A multidimensional personified narrative construct of indeterminate gender doesn't kiss and tell. Sure enough, Follicle finds out the son of Earth agrees with her, providing enough energy for her to live independently while not having the unpleasant side effect of causing her to die. But even with this, she still chooses to spend most of her time around her Moirail. Together, they discover the joys of Earth's Pest Twitter, the latest Pester-Chum-derived piece of software designed to encourage intense discourse surrounding headcanons for fictional characters. Basically an environment that Follicle and Cuprum fit into as well as if they'd been born right here on Earth. Free from the demands of the Empire and with a surprising amount of free time on their hands, Charon and Demon discover a love of the wide outdoor spaces of Earth. The vast wilderness is a fittingly far cry from the cramped confines of their former home. Back on Alternia, Fazer continues his study of communalism, hoping to one day spread his message to the masses and spark a people's revolution against the Alternian Empire. Marvis finds himself quickly and comfortably slipping into his new life. The same talent for performance and larger-than-life stage presence helps him find a place among the humans and trolls on Earth. A part of him will always wonder about life back on Alternia, and whether or not he made the right choice for everyone by leaving, but it will always only be speculation. The journey through the portal severed his last ties to the broader context beyond his own experiences. No longer tied into the rushing current of narrative awareness, he's finally able to live a life that he chooses, unpredicted and always interesting. Jahut has a hard time adjusting to life on Earth. Even if the peaceful environment is a pleasant one, the adjustments from Alternia is sometimes a struggle. Fortunately, she doesn't have to do it alone. With Aknai's help, Jahut gradually works to preserve much of the stories of the Mirthful and Sayas and their holy scripture. In time, others, both troll and human alike, decide to seek them out for spiritual guidance, leading them to a small but devoted following forming on Earth. Of course, not everyone is enthralled by the stories of the Mirthful ones. Varzim and Baisley are more interested in fitting into life as teenagers than turning to tradition for guidance. In fact, their unique style and flamboyant personalities have made them both celebrities in their own right, setting and changing trends as fluidly as one season flows into the next. Back on Earth, Kariko is finally able to reunite with Bronya once again. Even if Kariko has grown up a lot, she still remembers the kindness that Bronya showed her, and the influence the Jadebloods had on her early life. And even if Bronya's life is more complicated than ever, she's happy to be able to spend time once more with the little purple blood she took in all those years ago. Remily is free of the grip of the Empire, but her experience and service of the Eras changed her. Seeing the world from a whole new perspective, then suddenly free of it all, Remily struggles to define who she is. She turns increasingly back to her art, striving to make a more original identity and give voice to her unique experiences. And even though she finds modest success as an artist catering to those with an interest in Alternian cultural artifacts, she still struggles with trying to define herself both as an artist and a person. Perhaps one day she'll be comfortable at the center of her social circle again, but that day is not now. Change might be coming from the Alternian Empire, but it's a slow process. So many of the people caught in the middle of it are just trying to get by. Bakari continues flying for the Empire, his job mostly boring, but the chance to soar in the edges of the clouds continues to draw him in. Still, he wonders sometimes if he made the right choice, wonders about what his strange friend said to him all those sweeps ago, and somewhere deep inside, a spark lights. Zebedee keeps fighting for the rebels, every day a fight to survive against overwhelming odds. Maybe it's not a fight he'll be able to win, but at the very least, he has to try. He doesn't have to fight alone. The rebels' ranks grow day after day, bolstered by the defection of the Eras herself. The question of revolution gets asked and answered again and again, day in and day out, until everyone is free. Finally free of the shackles of her narrative destiny and Doc Scratch's influence, Damara realizes that she has no idea how to actually live anything even approaching a normal life. Fortunately, she doesn't need to do this alone. Boldier promises to support her however she can, and Aradia soon learns that her own ancestor is now on Earth. Together, they act like a pair of big sisters to help Damara learn how to live in Earth society. Sometimes when the nights are long and quiet, Damara thinks back on her life in that impossibly old house, and she's glad that she survived. But what about you? Years pass from when you brought your friends back with you to the locked timeline. Years where they learned to live their lives on Earth, to become a part of the history of this place, completely cut off from everything they once knew. You can't help but wonder, what happened to Alternia when you left it behind? You hear someone shifting on the grass behind you and turn around quickly, your keenly tuned reflexes honing in on the fact that this someone has been standing there for several minutes. Damara stands in front of you, quite a bit older than you remember seeing her last.
I'd hardly call 19 quite a bit older. But you know what? I'll let you have this one.
She laughs and settles in next to you, looking up at the sky above. A sigh escapes her lips as she closes her eyes.
Anyway, it sounds like you've got a lot on your mind today.
Weird. You didn't think you were speaking out loud. Damara shrugs and smiles.
Matters less than you might think. You're avoiding the issue.
Well, yeah, you've got a lot on your mind. The more time passes, the more you worry about what's happening back on Alternia. After all, there's so many people there. You could only save this small handful. What about Trizza? Is she doing okay all by herself on the Green Moon?
You know that you don't have to be personally responsible for everyone in the universe, right? What you've done is already so much more than most people ever get to do. You saved so many of us, gave us a chance to actually live our lives.
But it's all so complicated. You thought you'd use your powers to fix Earth, grab your friends and just chill. But instead, you've been working so hard to make sure the changes you started actually get followed through on.
It's hard, but you're doing something important, something that matters.
But you still worry about Alternia. You can't help it. You wish there was some way you could at least know things are getting better. For a long time, Damara is quiet.
What if I told you there might be another way?
What? What the hell was she talking about? The portal, it was a one-way trip. No takebacks. Once again, Damara is quiet.
So that might not be entirely true. Turns out that being Scratch's apprentice for so long had some unintended side effects.
I think this is the same dialogue as before, yeah. Send you back.
Would you like to?
Hell yeah, you do. Alright, now we're gonna do a couple of new things.
Yeah.
So the game reacts to a bunch of your choices, and what if you were to tell Tizius that she should come with you, but tell Daria that she should stay behind? I wonder if the game takes that into account. Here we go.
Zizi, this is...
Yeah, Stealth.
Oh, don't mind her.
I'm fine. Hey, you. Did Daria get here yet?
Yeah, about that.
What is it? What's wrong?
See, you might have been mistaken about some things. Tizius narrows her eyes and her voice grows icy.
What are you talking about? Where's Daria?
She's not coming.
What the fuck?
Zizi, are you okay?
No, I'm not fucking okay! What the hell is this? Why isn't she coming?
Zizi.
Stealth tries to put a hand on Tizius' shoulder, but she shrugs it off and glares at you.
Send me back right the fuck now!
You can't do that. Not anymore. The way you're using the portal, it's kind of a one-way thing now. Tizius' face falls and her shoulders drop.
You bastard! You made a promise.
You're sorry?
I can't forgive you for this. Don't speak to me again.
She walks forward silently to the portal and vanishes. Stelsa looks at you, a pleading expression on her face.
She doesn't mean that. She'll understand why you did what you did.
Yeah, you don't really believe that? You're not even sure why you did what you did. Stelsa reaches out and puts her hand on your shoulder gently.
I'm sorry. I wish I could help you, but I think this is something you have to deal with on your own.
There is a unique end card as well. Yep.
In my...
It's...
Thank you.
Time to go.
So did you only have those?
Like she said.
Yeah.
I appreciate.
Yeah, because I wanted to make it easy.
I feel like that's a timeline that no one's accidentally gonna get. Only saving Tizius and Stelsa and not anyone else.
Yeah. Alright, this part is the same. Earth was supposed to represent a new beginning for Stelsa and Tizius, but plans have a way of changing, and promises have a way of being broken. Cut off from her Moirail, Tizius spends years trying to find some way to return to Alternia. She refuses to talk to you about it, and even if she did, you doubt there's much you can do to help. You're not sure what they're doing now. It's been at least a year since either Stelsa or Tizius spoke to you, but still, you hope they're doing okay. There's also a difference for the, Oh yeah, I forgot. Prison. As she languishes in prison, Sarava and Marcy continue to work for the rebels, hoping to make a little bit of difference, a little bit at a time.
What's this song?
This is the Ardata theme.
Oh, it's been so long since we played Volume 4.
Alright, this one's the same. The first free cavern becomes a place of safety and refuge for so many, for newly hatched grubs, wigglers, and trolls looking to escape from the Empire. The Jadebloods living within commit themselves to maintaining this place of sanctuary. All except for one. Missing her Moirail Tizius, Daria becomes increasingly disaffected with life in the caverns. Eventually, she makes the decision to strike out on her own, hoping to link up with rebel fighters bound for the colonies. A place where she can make a new start. Alright, now we're gonna do
the opposite one.
If you convince Tizius to do revolution
and
Daria to come with you.
There we go. 1.
Of course. Sure.
Thank you so much. You're giving us a chance. Say goodbye, Priya.
Thank you so much. Of course.
Hey, so, quick question. Where's Tizius?
She's not coming.
What the fuck?
Daria advances on you with her fists balled up. and you back down slowly. Okay, she is way angrier than you expected.
How did you think I was going to react? You fucking lied to me! Send me the fuck back right the fuck now!
But the others already went through.
And you decided that my relationship with them meant more than with my Moirail? Who the fuck gave you that right? Send me back!
You can't. There's no way to reverse the portal at this point. Getting back to the locked timeline was all you could do with it. All at once, the energy drains from Daria as she slumps over and her face falls.
Tisius! You lied to me. You lied to both of us.
Maybe you did a little bit, but you were only trying to do what was best for everyone. To keep Daria with the people she cares about and let Tisius keep working with her revolution.
Tisius is someone I care about too.
Oh, shit. You think you made a big mistake.
When you get to the other side, forget I ever existed. It's what I plan to do with you.
After you leave Alternia with everyone, including Tisius's Moirail, she begins to change. Once the model of caution, she starts taking more and more risks in her fight against the Empire. Stelsa, modeling herself after her ancestor Stenya, suggests that they work inside the major cities that the Alternian fleet and army used to draw their recruits from. More and more they work with direct action. You hope that it won't catch up with them. I'll read the first part of this. As she predicted, Ardata is quickly imprisoned by the rebels, held in a cell designed especially to dampen her psychic abilities and prevent her from manipulating her way to freedom. Get fucked. With no mother grub and no way for new grubs to hatch, Branya and Lanera focus on making the best life possible for the grubs that they brought with them and those made using the tech in the old Lalon lab. At first, Daria tries to help them with this, hoping to throw herself into something meaningful to distract from the loss of her Moirail. She tries, and the others work to support her as best they can, but it's a piece of her heart that will always be missing.
Alright, now you guys have seen the suffering.
That's
you probably
all the
wouldn't have
horrible endings.
So yeah, that's Friendsim too.
Hold on, let me mute this game. We don't have anyone else other than us on this. I'm just gonna cut the audio.
Yeah, because Arrow had to leave.
Yeah.
Because a thing happened.
Yeah, so we've got... Yeah, but there's all of these graphics. End cards and whatnot. So yeah, I'm gonna switch us back over to...
Do you have the thanks for playing screen?
Thanks for watching. Yeah, I do. So yeah, that's the game, baby.
We fucking did it! 4 years in the making.
That's all of it. Elward's Salvation. What about Elward? Yeah, so Elward's Salvation is like it's the same as the Chixie's the one in Revolution, except that the tint of the sky is different. There's just one Elward and Chixie get together card, and the sky tint is changed slightly, so it's basically the same ending there. But yeah, I just let her have that one on a child leash. Yes, it's one of those backpack leash things. The Daria VA actually used that bit as like an exercise to do, like, I remember that when she was talking to me about it, she was like, yeah, I went to my voice coach, my acting coach, and was like getting his like help with the line and the scene. So that was really cool. Does Elward have spoken lines at the end? She does, but it requires manipulating the game slightly to get to it. So I don't know. I'll have to. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to play around with the save files. She does have spoken lines at the end. She says some stuff if she shows up with Chixie. So, We'll do that. Maybe during our salvation playthrough, we'll get that one.
When we do another
charity stream.
12 to 6. It was 16 hours, wasn't it?
It was 16 hours.
It was 2 4/13s ago, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was 16 hours.
So yeah, I hope everyone liked.
Zebra always stays forever on
Yeah,
Zebra.
Zebra cannot be brought. There's a few people that can't be brought to Earthsea. Vicare, Zebedee, Fazer, Zebra, Torona, Nike, obviously because she's dead. Who else can't go? I think those are the only ones that absolutely cannot, under any circumstances, come with you. But we could do something for 6/12, I guess.
What day of the week is 6/12?
I don't know.
If it's a Sunday or a Friday, then the answer is no.
Yeah, there's like one of the things we wanted to do with this was like have certain people be like they have their own personalities.
6/12 is a Thursday.
Oh yeah,
I have work. You have a job.
The one of the things we wanted to do with this was like having certain people have like they have made a decision already, and like nothing MSPAR can do can convince them, because MSPAR is not like a magical. Well, they were in the beginning, but they don't have like the ability to persuade anyone to do anything. Like these are still people, and they still make their own choices. So like a lot of people are like, leave Alternia, fuck yeah, I want the ability to do that. But also some of them are like, no. Oh, Marcy never comes with you, no matter what. So if you do, I'm trying to think of what happens if you let. Just looking at how all this will not be over. I'm trying to remember what the outcome for Marcy is if you have it in the if you don't save our data but you're doing a salvation. Let me. Oh wait, no, of course we saw that already. It's the wait, actually no. What is? Let me look at that really quick. That is to whether or not you save our data. So that is. Oh, that's right. You can get Marcy to come with you, I think.
Scam scare? What's scam scare?
Yeah, if you let our data die, and you do salvation, Sarava and Marcy are getting high together.
Oh, nice.
But there's kind of like a bittersweetness to it about like abandoning people. So, yeah. But yeah, trying to make the game like somewhat reactive to the various choices that you made throughout the game.
Choices.
Yeah, there was a ton of art. Like for the final end cards, it's like 3 different artists that did like 50 or 60 end cards.
Yeah, there was a lot of. Question.
Yeah.
On volume 14 alone, how much did you spend on art?
A bunch. I don't remember.
Janaya has spent
a lot of money.
$40,000 of her own money on this game.
Overall. I think that might be including the value of my time, but it's like it's a lot of money. So
like at first you thought you were going to spend $10,000 on it, and then it doubled to 20, and then it doubled again. Like you spent a lot of money on this game.
Yeah, over several years, but like, I wanted to pay the artists.
Oh right, I remember when your Discord account got hacked in my server. You were like, "Hey, delete this thing."
So I've spent over 4 or 5 years. I mean, I've spent a bunch of money on it because I wanted to make sure people got paid.
Originally, that the thing at the end was supposed to have 2 new original songs, but
that got canned. I got canned between budget and also just like time.
Yeah, because they were gonna be vocal songs, and that was gonna make it more complicated.
So
it was gonna be an original Darius Punk Band song. That will never happen.
Yeah, no, I basically spent like all of my disposable income on this.
Yeah. Well, now you can spend your disposable income on other things.
Like the fact that inflation has made everything more expensive.
Like eggs!
like eggs. But yeah, no, I'm happy that I got a chance to help like some of the artists pay their bills and stuff. This means a lot to me.
I mean, hey, you helped me pay my bills. You gave
Yeah.
me at least 1,000, maybe 2, over the course of this between voice acting and music. And...
Yeah, something like that. So.
And that's like a couple months rent.
Yeah,
so...
I'm really happy that we I'm not bankrupt. But like, yeah, this is what I spent the money I make being a corporate.
Yeah.
A corpo for a living. But yeah, no, I'm really happy that people have resonated with this. And I don't know, directing and writing it has been a really it's been an experience. I got to know a lot of people that are my friends now, and I got to work with a bunch of people that I respect a lot.
You got to get a job.
I got on the radar of the official people, and then became an official people, and yeah,
I get to say my wife works at Pumpkin.
It's been really cool. I've been it's been an experience, and I hope people enjoy the game. Like put a lot of time and effort into it, and try to say something with it. So yeah, I don't know. It sort of went in a different direction than the original Friendsim, but yeah. But here we are, and it's done.
We fucking did it.
Yeah. So.
And it is one of the few fan games that has been completed.
Yeah, I single-handedly got me back into Homestuck. That is really cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I like seeing people that have like engaged with it, and that it's like made them feel something, and like I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I mean, Friendsim isn't everyone's cup of tea to begin with.
I still think Friendsim is a better entry point for Homestuck than Homestuck.
I guess. I can see the argument there.
It's much more bite-sized, and it throws you immediately into Alternia, which is
I feel like if you're getting into Friendsim without doing Homestuck, you're kind of like buying into a completely different thing.
That's fair. It got Chrissy into it.
You did. You're getting into you're getting into
Chrissy
like
is
Hive Swap.
Definitely more into the Hive Swap stuff than actual.
Yeah. No. But yeah. Anyway, I know it, like some people don't vibe with it, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. Like nothing is for everybody. I'm happy that we completed it, and I'm proud of what we did. And yeah, it's cool. It's good stuff. And I'm glad some people really enjoyed it. I know the fan community in general has been getting smaller and smaller, and like the Hive Swap community is a subset of that, and like the Friendsim community is a smaller subset of that. So like it's not the same like powerhouse as the Homestuck fandom once was, but yeah. Still a cool experience. Still had a lot of fun making the game, and got a lot out of it.
I'm glad you guys are still here to watch this with us.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, it would make me really sad if we streamed this final volume that we've worked so hard on, and there were like 3 viewers. But instead, there were like 12 viewers, and that's a pretty good stream for me.
I guess to remind folks, like, I guess to answer a couple of things that have sort of been asked, one question I get a lot is, like, about sprites and art assets in general, like availability, and the answer to that is yeah, the art assets. I mean, so license-wise, they're Creative Commons attribution, non-commercial, so you can use any of the stuff in here for non-commercial projects. Non-commercial meaning you don't charge money for it, just to be clear about that. And you have to tell everyone who made the original assets. We have full credits, so you gotta credit the people who did the thing you use. But you're welcome to extract it and use it for fan projects. At some point, I'm going to upload like a more coherent like list of all the sprites and stuff. But for now, you know, if you feel like taking the stuff out and making your own fan game with it, or your own fan-made Friendsim 2 expansion, or
just
DLC or
little
whatever,
videos like I did for so long.
You can make little videos with it. You can Yeah, you
PNG tubers. Oh my god, you could just straight up use the Tagora sprites as a PNG tuber.
You can do that. That's perfectly fine to do. So yeah, people are free to use that. The code for Friendsim 2 is all MIT licensed, which basically means you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. It is not well documented and often very badly written, because some of it is the code I was like learning Python on, and also like I was just kind of trying to get it to work. So some of it's a nightmare. Some of it's okay. The Technicolor Heart stuff is definitely the cleaner piece of the code, because I wrote that later. Yeah. And I did do some rewriting of the walk around adventure game engine, but generally speaking, yeah, if you wanna look at it and see how to do certain things in RenPy, you can do that.
Playing with the JPEGs like dolls is basically what I do whenever I make a Darius Punk band.
Yeah, exactly.
Just taking the little guys and moving them around the screen and making them play guitars and shit.
I really... Oh. I don't know. I kind of want to just take a second to sort of thank everyone that worked on this game, because like we have a lot of people involved all across the spectrum, people who did lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff and worked on this for hours and hours, and people that just, you know, did like one piece of art, or they did like a couple of sprites, or they did yeah, I put the Boldier into RenPy. Yeah, I put that and Hive Swap into RenPy.
Yes.
Technically has some issues because of how RenPy works on some people's machines, but like it's a starting point if you ever want to play around with what's possible in RenPy.
And you made a million mini games.
I made a million mini games and
functional Tetris,
functional Tetris. Can Comrade, that fake Game Boy game I made. Mm-hmm. That's the final
the
Fire Fling, yeah, which is pretty fun. The thing that's like a one finger death punch,
right?
Rip off. But yeah, so you got but yeah, no, I want to like everyone that worked on this game. Like people worked really hard. Obviously, it runs the gamut from people that have literally nothing to do with Homestuck at all prior to working on this, to people that are, you know, official, you know, and people all across the spectrum of like professional level and all that. Like I very specifically wanted to capture the feel of the original Friendsim and PesterQuest with like the different art styles and sort of this like you know, menagerie of different input, and yeah, I think that's a really neat experience, and you get kind of like a anthology feel. wrong. That's the other one. That's not one finger death punch. That's 5-finger death punch. Too many fingers. Too few fingers. One finger death punch is a very good game. It's fun. It's like a riff on the kind of like kung fu movies, but with stick figures, and you hit either side of your character. It's good stuff. There's 2 of them, and they're both very fun. Yeah, check it out on Steam. It's not expensive. One finger death punch and One Finger Death Punch 2. They're probably like $5 on Steam, and they're excellent, fun games.
Oh, and we can't forget Garden of Tubecat Deluxe.
Garden of Tubecat Deluxe, the least technically advanced or fun of the mini games, and also has a huge bug in it where your score just kind of becomes like huge, really fast. Like it's so easy to beat the high score, because the scoring system is like not calculated correctly. But I don't care, because it's a mini game that you're just playing for fun.
I mean, the whole point of Garden of Tubecat Deluxe was just to put Tubecat in.
Yes, it was just a way to put the Tubecat in there. The Tetris is the most advanced and fanciest of the mini games, because I actually correctly did the way that kicks work in the Game Boy Tetris. Like I did a surprising amount of research into Tetris and like how to replicate it. So
because you're brilliant.
Because it's good stuff. But yeah, like, anyway, artists, a lot of artists that put a lot of time into this. You know, some of them are still kicking around the fandom, some of them are not. Some of them are Tetris is the most advanced. Well, technically I'm talking about the Technicolor Heart minigames. The most advanced is the part where it recreates type swap.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But like
and we just came up with that in a random call.
Yeah, I came up with that idea and then played around to see if it was possible.
Like
and
we were calling. It was like we'd already started dating.
Yeah.
So and I believe it was over Thanksgiving. I'm pretty sure I was in my childhood bedroom. We were doing our regular wife call, and we were talking about Volume 7, and one of us made a joke of like, wouldn't it be hilarious if we could just make
I prototyped it because I had like a prototype where it was using the Hive Swap sprites like ripped, and all it could do was like you could have Joey like walk back and forth, and you had to use a console command to do it.
But you did that in like a night.
I mean, it was a minimum prototype. It was like, can I display this stuff and get the basics working, and then the refinement
but you did
took
it
forever.
In like a night.
Yeah, because it was just a prototype.
You're still brilliant.
But yeah, no, I really like a lot of people worked on this game, and they worked really hard on it, and I really, it's I know I did a lot of the writing, but like a lot of the writing wasn't me, and a lot of it involved collaboration with the other writers to create the scripts and to create the general plot of the game, and like what are we going to do with all these characters, because there's a lot of them. And like to try to give them all something, even if it's like obviously you have a game with this many characters, you have to focus on certain ones, and we kind of mostly focused on the characters that were sort of the focal point of the original Friendsim, plus some additional ones that various writers like wanted to focus on. Like we put a surprising amount of focus on Marsty, who's not like a super developed character in the original.
Marsty became one of the most developed characters in Friendsim
like
too.
Marsty and like some of the other like a lot of characters have about the same level of focus, but like
I mean, we were originally gonna cut the meat squad.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of them.
And then Arrow was like, I want to write the meat squad.
Yeah, that was a good. I'm glad.
That was a good choice.
I'm glad that we got to do that, because like it was interesting to explore like the different possibilities, and like obviously Alternia is super vaguely defined in canon, and like a lot of stuff is like we don't know what happens. So like this is a take on it. And like there's certain elements of it that are very intentionally like referencing, there's obviously a lot of references to like American imperialism.
Yeah. I mean,
like the original
Tetris is based off a bunch of fucking generals.
He's based off a bunch of like different generals, like actual American generals. And like the thing is, like Homestuck obviously is a work by an American author that tends to focus very heavily on sort of like the American experience of like, the kids in that are American kids growing up in America. Like that's and Alternia has obviously a lot of like inspiration from the way that America is, but like hyper real. And we kind of ran in that direction. Not all the team is American. In fact, a good chunk of them aren't, but I'm American. And I picked this as again, sort of a hyper real commentary on our political system, which, has gotten worse since we started the game.
Oh my god.
Like, significantly worse.
So much worse.
So that's cool and awesome.
Well, now we have to make a new game to make commentary on that political system.
But yeah.
Hello.
Hey, we got a person joining us. Oh, it's Zara. Hey, welcome.
Can I get a link to the stream?
We are, what's that?
Can I get a link to the stream?
The stream is done. We finished the game.
Oh shit! Damn, fuck! I was too late.
You might. You can introduce yourself to our audience, though. They saw several of your end cards at the end of the game, including the fancy one with all of the characters in it.
Hello, I'm Zara. I drew a lot of that. It was a lot. I spent a lot of time on it.
The artist behind the tabletop RPG party scene as well, specifically.
Such a good scene.
Thank you.
We loaded up a Salvation save file so people could see all of the different end cards. So yeah, we're just kind of chatting at this point. Yeah, I was just
Oh,
saying.
is the stream still going? Can I get a link so I can see chat?
Do you want to drop a link to the chat?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Yeah, stream is still going. We're just done. We're just done playing the game. But yeah, no, I was just saying, like, in general, trying to, you know, say something about all of these characters and like to try to give some sense of like a narrative conclusion to it. You know, I had some particular thoughts about how things go, and so did the other people who were involved in writing and creating this, and you know, we made a decision and stuck with it. And anyone else is welcome to do their own particular take on it, including using the assets from the game to do that. So, but yeah, a lot of people involved, a lot of hard work, a lot of art, just incredible work from the visual artists, and also a lot of work from the VAs. Like I think that's something that really is like surprisingly complicated to run, is having all the both casting and then managing all the VAs. And that's been an interesting experience too. So
There's one end card that I drew that I want to talk about specifically.
Yes, please do.
Because you were talking about giving closure to characters. I did the Chixie and the Zephyros one with
right.
Taniad in the background.
Yep.
That was a fan comic that I was running on MSPFA through, I think, 2021-ish, something like that.
Uh-huh.
And at some point in that, I realized that a lot of the ideas that I had were too cool for Homestuck. So I turned it into its own universe, but I kind of dropped the comic without any sense of, like, narrative ending. Yeah. So I wanted to include her just to, like, I don't know, give her an ending for myself at least. That variation of her.
To the chat, the character who's like DJing between Zephyros and Chixie in that scene.
That's my girl.
I like having the references, like the allowing the artists to drop little like Easter eggs in their work. We did the same thing in Volume 5 with the TTRPG background that has like a bunch of people's characters.
Right, yeah. Also, my God.
Wow.
That is the loudest one we've had yet. Everyone dance break!
Okay, man. That's awesome.
That's so cool.
The joys of living in the city.
As you might be able to tell from the not in English nature of some of what we've been hearing today, we live in the Dominican part of town. So,
life could be dream.
Which is very cool place to live. A lot of really good food around here.
I also did the Jari reference too. That was big for me.
From the TTRPG party scene.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, it's good stuff in general. You put a lot of work into the end cards that you did. Like, I don't know, it's cool to see. It's cool to see everyone's work here. All right, man.
This car is just hanging around.
Yeah, they're blasting music. Come on, drive.
Leave.
Drive.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Dancing for Jesus. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, a lot of people put a lot of work into this, and I'm glad. You know, it's like started out with a thing where I was doing a lot of like very active work in terms of writing, and then it gets to the point where it's like, you know, I'm not doing as much anymore. I'm just kind of like managing the stuff that needs doing, and like that becomes its own challenge. And that, you know, it's very easy to let things drop. And like I you know, original plan was for this to be released a lot sooner, but I was like, I was always gonna release it because like I put way too much time and money and energy into this to let it drop. And a lot of fan projects don't get finished because this shit's a lot of work.
Yeah, doing something for I mean, the fact that this project did finish has to do with the fact that you paid everyone.
that definitely helped, both in terms of like the artist having some like additional incentive / obligation, and also like for me not to let it drop.
Yeah, because you sunk all this money.
Because like yeah, exactly. Like but in general, it's just hard to run a big project. Like games games take a lot of work to make.
This did take 4 years.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's very easy to say like, well, it's easy to just do this, but it's not. Even a game like Friendsim or Pester Quest that is relatively simple, technically speaking, and obviously this is a little more complicated because it has like a bunch of mini games and stuff. It's also a much longer game, but like it still requires a lot of coordination and effort on the part of a bunch of people.
I'm still struggling to get the money together to pay people for my free demo.
Yeah,
reaching into the couch cushions.
It's yeah, it's a lot. Games are a lot of work, and fan games. You know, I've been a part of a bunch of fan games that, you know, they have very like they have a lot of energy at the start, and it's like, oh, we're gonna do this, it's gonna be great, and then, you know, it tends to kind of like, you know, that energy tends to fade out, which is normal, but like to be able to just say like, okay, I'm gonna see this over the finish line is challenging. It's like definitely the hardest thing, because like quitting stuff is easy and great sometimes it's amazing to be like, yeah, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, I'm not gonna do it, but
some things deserve to be seen all the way through.
I agree. Major companies manage to put out games. Yeah, they managed to put out games year after year by being big and having money to pay people to do this full time. Like, that's one of the things that's the most challenging about indie production in general, is like, you often have, and like, I'll say this, I'm not, you know, giving away any deep secrets here, but one of the challenges with working on something like Act 3 is that
no one's being paid full time.
No one's full time. Yeah, like that's the thing, is like you don't have the money to be like, yeah, your job is now to do this and nothing else from 9 to 5. Like, that makes things like, it's still a lot of work, but if you're saying like your dedicated job is just to work on this game, then like, you know, even if you're not like super enthusiastic about it, like, it's your job, you know, you go in, you finish the work. And when you're telling people like you're doing this on top of your job, in addition to it, on top of everything you do in your life, you know, that shrinks the amount of time you have available, and it also it can shrink your motivation to do it, because it gets deprioritized behind all the stuff that you're like have to do to survive.
Yeah, like, even if you're getting paid for something like that, I mean, how many times did I have to push writing a soundtrack back because I was tired from work?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, it's gonna happen to every, like, that happened to me too, where there were times where I had to push stuff back for various reasons.
Like an additional $100, $200.
Let me go see what my son wants. I'll be right back.
An additional $100, $200 is great, but like, I am gonna make more money by just going to work. Your job is now Homestuck forever. I hope not. I hope not. I enjoy doing stuff for Homestuck, but I have musicals to write, and I'd rather that be my job forever.
I got out of those mines ages ago.
The Homestuck mines. I will never truly leave the Homestuck mines, but maybe I will stick my toe into different mines for a while.
I kind of committed to myself that the only way they'd get me back is if they would pay me to work on the actual thing.
Yeah, honestly,
which is just a convenient excuse to stop working on it.
I would fucking jump on it if I was asked to work on Act 3. The problem is they don't need any more composers, and Janaya has confirmed that multiple times.
Yeah.
It's not food time for kitties yet. It's not late yet. Cats. Man, people are busy today. So yeah, I'm back, baby. But yeah, no, it's like, fan projects are difficult to run and take a lot of time, and like, that's the thing, is like, a game has a certain amount of time it takes to make, and you can't like reduce that by it not being a game that makes money or a game that people work on full time. Like even a visual novel, you know, it takes time to do writing, it takes time to do editing, it takes time to do design and testing and development and coding and art and UI stuff, and even for a fan project that takes a lot of time. Like,
and when you started working on this, you were working a job where you barely had to work.
I was working at a company that was way less work, and I was working in a position where I was less senior, and like that's changed over time too. And like I don't have the kind of time to, like, I couldn't do, if I had started working on Friendsim 2 2 years ago, I wouldn't be able to finish it. I probably wouldn't have even started. Just, you know, the confluence of circumstances and having the time and energy to do that. So got lucky in some ways.
Damn, you guys can work.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fund this with the money from the commissions that I don't get.
Yeah.
Funding independent projects is so hard. That's why I haven't put a show on in like 2 years, because it costs at least $1,000 to put a show on.
Which is, yeah, it's a lot.
For one night.
Yeah.
For one night.
And Kickstarter, doing a Kickstarter is so much commitment.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I refuse.
I did a GoFundMe for the last musical I put on, and that was hard. No one wants to donate money to things.
And people don't have it.
And people don't have money.
Yeah,
That's
like,
the thing. People who appreciate the arts or appreciate creative projects don't have money.
Yeah, like the way
Where are all the rich home stuff?
The way that I funded this was having a job, a corporate job. That's how I make ends meet and have kids and stuff. It's like, yeah, I don't know. When I was a kid, at one point I really wanted to make games for a living, and this was back in the 90s, and like that wasn't really as much of a career path as it is, and so my parents were kind of like, hey, maybe don't do that, and I didn't. I ended up eventually working my way into writing software for companies, and I'm kind of glad I didn't do games professionally, because that industry has turned into a nightmare.
It's so volatile.
But at the time I didn't know that, and for a while that wasn't the case. But unfortunately, the games industry right now is not doing great. So adulthood is realizing life sucks.
Yep.
Adulthood
I had
is
that realization in middle school. Come on.
Adulthood is realizing that life sucks and trying to find a way to deal with that and get around it. And like
No, adulthood isn't realizing that life sucks. Adulthood is realizing that life is worth living, but capitalism won't let you live it.
Yeah. Like it's hard, and I'm very fortunate that I have the means to do something creative and to like help other people to do that, and like, you know, keep this section of the fandom doing its thing. And I don't know, I'm glad that I was able to facilitate that and like bring this to life and get it across the finish line. And it's a game that's finished.
It's a finished game.
Putting it above most other fan games.
Are there
And
any
I think
fan games?
I think more specifically it's that you did something new instead of trying to rewrite or rehash something that's already been made.
I like, yeah, so like I wanted to do a sequel that felt like a sequel. You know, whether or not it's the direction that every single fan would have gone in, I think is a question that's meaningless, because everyone's got their own view of things. I wanted to do something that felt like this is a sequel, both in terms of like escalation of complexity of the game, while keeping the same basic form, but also in terms of like what would the plot be, if you were to come back to this, and not to just retread the original ground, but to go off in a direction, and, you know, for better or for worse. Obviously, I was saying before, that's not everyone's cup of tea, but also I don't care. because I wanted to make something that I wanted to write and that the other people on my team wanted to write and like that I enjoy. And you know, I'm glad that some people enjoy that and have it spoken to them. But also like I'm not, you know, if you don't like that, cool, that's fine. We had this one person that used to get on these like long rants about like why it wasn't compliant with canon, and it was just like super annoying because it's like I don't.
It's not for you.
Yeah,
not
it's
everything
cool.
is for you. In general, if you don't like a thing, if you don't like a project, it's just not for
Like
you. And you
I don't know.
know.
One of the things that's weirdest about Homestuck as a fandom in general is like the weird hostility, and I've been guilty of this in the past, and I try very hard not to do it anymore. Is to be like weird about projects where it's like you don't like it, and I include canon or official stuff in this too, because people do this about like Beyond Canon and Homestuck too, and it's like it's fine to just like not like it and just not engage with it. You don't have to be like super weird about it. And be like, oh, there's like the team is horrible people and they're all weirdos who didn't make something I like, and I'm gonna do harassment about it. It's like, yeah, you can just like not read it. That's fine. I don't know. I don't know what it is about Homestuck that makes people have such like big feelings about this stuff, but like
I am very not to derail this, but I'm very glad that Friendsim 2 gave you an editor position.
Oh,
at your
that's
college.
cool. No,
I love that.
I only got my current freelance gig because of my Ghost Trick fan art. Like,
hell yeah.
if it works.
I mean, hey, my Homestuck musical got me into grad school.
I'm glad this has made anybody's life materially better in any way. Honestly, that at the end of the day is what I, you know, if I made a project that literally everyone in the fandom despised, but it like helped the artists pay their bills, I would rather that than something that everybody loved that just didn't help anyone else materially.
I think the reason that people get so pressed over Homestuck projects they don't like is that Homestuck is so long and has such a sheer volume of dialogue that people end up building their own mental models of the characters in their heads.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fully. It's a sandbox.
I think, which is fine, but it's like, don't get weird if somebody else does a different thing or decides to strike out in a different direction. Like,
I can't log on. I have a private Twitter account that I just lurk to see my partner's art, and I cannot scroll it without seeing people to like hundreds of likes just shitting on people's stuff.
Yeah, I hate that.
Twitter's awful. Fuck Twitter.
I hate seeing that because it's like, one of the things that I like about the Homestuck fandom, in my experiences with it, has been the like sense of camaraderie and belonging and like being a part of a project and like, you know, doing something that is interesting. And yeah, I don't know. Seeing people get weird about stuff is like, yeah, I don't know. There's lots of projects that I don't personally care for or don't care about, and it's like, you don't have to be weird about it. Like, you know, especially with fan projects, because it's like, yeah, I don't know. You don't need to go on Twitter and like shit on somebody else's fan comic. Like, I don't know. Just like don't read it. That's fine. You know, I once, like, I had this whole thing once that I never I don't think I ever posted, talking about like the difference between like actionable and helpful critique and like just random like, I want to shit on this, and it's like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like, what are you trying to accomplish with this? Like, who are you doing this for? And like, obviously you can post whatever you want online, but sometimes maybe you should just like disengage with something you don't like. It's like,
I know. Doug McLovin said something about the Sun Blue Sky, that it's such an insular community that most of what you say will eventually find its way back to the original person who made it.
100%. And like, and people are involved in everything. It's like you are like, you want to be a part of a community that's fairly tight knit, you know, don't be an asshole about other people's stuff. Like,
just don't be an asshole in general.
Yeah, just don't be an asshole in general. And it's like you get like people that are shitting on something that was made by like teenagers, and it's like, why are you like this? Why can't
Because everybody loves to shit on teenagers. Don't you get it? America's favorite pastime.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to me. Like if you like something, cool, and if you don't, cool. That's fine. You know.
What was Act 6 if not shitting on teenagers?
Yeah, and even like I don't even know why. Like even talking about like official content, it's like at the end of the day, like this is something that you're engaging with. Like this is free stuff that you're just like you're looking at someone else's story, and you know whether or not it speaks to you, and whether or not you like it, like that's entirely up to you. Obviously, no one can make you like something or make you acknowledge it in a positive way, but also like it's not your story. Like even Homestuck, it's like, yeah, you might like engage with it in a fan way, but it's like it's not your story to tell. You can't be like angry that it doesn't happen the way you want it to. And like post canon is other people picking up those threads and making something new with them, and like, you know, there's a level of like, here's a literary critique of something, like here's what I think worked and didn't work,
and then there's just being
a dickhole. And it's like I've seen a couple, like there's one person who wrote a very thoughtful review of Friendsim 2 that was negative, and was like pointed out stuff that they thought didn't work, both in terms of like production and like in terms of like gameplay, just stability and stuff. And it's like, yeah, you made some real good points, and some of that is just stuff that's impractical to change at this point. But if I were to start from scratch, knowing everything in advance, I would probably do differently. But like I like seeing that kind of stuff. But then it's like people that are just like, I think this is stupid and bad because I hate them. And it's like, all right, cool, dude, have fun, I guess. I don't know. It's very hard to like feel like I don't know. It's very hard to want to engage with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's like I don't need to be doing this. I have a life outside of the fandom too, which is, you know, takes up a lot of my time, and SAO. Oh, Sword Art Online. Oh yeah, I've heard mixed things about Sword Art Online. I have no strong opinion about it, because I've never seen it, and will probably never watch it.
I've heard it's not supposed to be great, but like the thing is, people love things that aren't great. Look at the Supernatural.
Yeah. You know what is good? I'm gonna plug it right now. Link Click. That's good shit.
That's the one that Naomi.
That's the one that I watched with my daughter. It is a Chinese animation about a couple of people that have the ability to like travel through time using photographs, and it is good as fuck.
A good 6 out of 10 will change your life.
Oh, it's a significantly better than a 6 out of 10. I'd say Link Click is for me that's an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Solid. I don't know what the term for the Chinese animation is equivalent to anime. Whatever that is.
I have no idea.
I'm the more and more shows coming out of China, which is cool to see, because like they have a slightly different, you know, vibe to them than anime does, because obviously different country, different production, different companies involved. But it's cool to see. Yeah, Link Click, good stuff.
We've dropped down to a single viewer. That's
We do have more than one, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure we do.
People like things that aren't great.
Yeah, we're Homestuck fans.
Homestuck is an interesting work. It's longer than it needs to be. It's way more, like, not even complicated, but just, like, convoluted.
The way it was written is unlike the way literally anything ever has ever been written.
Like, it's got parts that are amazing. It's got parts that are just a slog to get through.
It's got some gorgeous art and amazing music and some of the shitpostiest shitposts you'll ever see.
Like, I'm glad I read it.
Yes, continue your aforementioned fic. Always continue your aforementioned fic.
Everybody gives the epilogue so much shit, so I just bought a copy and I read it, and like it's fine.
It's fine.
No, it's fine.
I only think there's only one moment in the epilogues of like egregiously bad writing.
There were a couple things that were like about the epilogues for me, but like overall they're all right. It's fine.
The whole
There's-
Rika making out with Gamzee before killing him thing was like weird, but like
yeah,
whatever. I really liked the way Candy was structured. Like Candy, I
Yep.
always liked more than Meat. Like
But somebody in chat said like a paper copy. Yeah, they sell. You can buy a hardcover copy of the epilogues.
I know the thing that I'm gonna be smug about is like, and I know I'm not unique in this, but like I always like reading through it. It's like, oh yeah, the idea that these are not like the real timeline, like neither of them is the real timeline, and it's kind of like, you know, everything being sort of like, I don't know. I didn't think that was particularly like subtle reading in the fact that Candy wasn't like real, but apparently that was like a controversial. I don't know.
I stopped reading the epilogues for like a week.
that Candy's not.
Yeah,
supposed to be
I think
real.
there was like a thing about like which of them is the real timeline,
Yeah.
and like I don't know. People seem to be not
It's like
clear on
Meat
that.
follows, it pushes canon forward, so
Yeah.
Meat's the real timeline, and Candy, it's like, you know, Meat is your real meal, Candy is just for fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting like concept, and like it beefs it sometimes, but like, and the Homestuck too. Like, I think my issue with that initially was more that it just like pacing wise, it was just us all over the place. Like it needed to like, cause when Andrew was writing Homestuck, like their pace was crazy fast.
Yes. It is
And like you
unhealthy.
you can't expect people to match that. And like for Homestuck too, it's like, okay, you have a more deliberate pace. You've got to like tighten up what you're doing with this and like kind of figure out a way forward. And I think that the Beyond Canon team did a much better job of like pulling that together. I mean, there's overlap on the teams, but like Homestuck 2 felt a little scattershot for me, and like some of the stuff that did have an influence, but it was like it was locked in as bonus content, or it felt like it was all over the place. And then I don't know. I know it got a lot of hate from a lot of people for various reasons, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. But I think like in retrospect, with it continuing the way it does, and like I don't know. I think it's fine.
My take on the epilogues
Yeah.
is Meat and Candy are a dichotomy. Do you like cool S pages and plot, or do you like the more contemplative moments of dialogue?
Yeah.
You cannot have one without the other to contrast it, I feel.
No, I think you're right. And then like it's possible to get so wrapped up in like just doing like dialogue stuff that, you know, it just kind of falls apart on itself, just because it's like, oh, we're gonna talk for 1 billion pages about just whatever. And like that's the kind of thing that works like when you're doing it in real life, but like when you're reading it, it's like it overburdens itself.
In Meat, Rose dies mid-sentence from a Lord English blast, and they try to write it off as being a just death, and I stopped reading the book for like a week. That's my least favorite moment in the book.
I am fairly like, I don't know. My perspective on it will always be different now, because I now like know the people that are working on the current comic, and like I've worked with them, and it's not like, oh, you know, this doesn't feel as distant. And you know, I'm pretty confident that they know what they're doing, and but also like I know that because I know them better. Like I didn't know the people doing Homestuck 2, and I didn't, you know, at the time wasn't as involved in everything, including the fandom. But like, I don't know. It's hard to separate myself from that point of view.
It's easy to shit on Hussey because Hussey isn't forward facing.
Yeah, I mean, and having interacted with Andrew a bit now, it's like, okay, yeah, I feel like I have a different perspective on that, and I think a more charitable perspective as well. Like, I don't feel as like snappy about it as I once did. And I don't really know why I did. I don't know. Just I feel dumb about it. It's like, it's fine. The epilogues, they're alright. They do some interesting stuff. They do some stuff that's kind of like, this is not for me, or it's kind of like, yeah, no shit. But fun overall. Not fun maybe, but like interesting. And Homestuck 2, that's alright. And then Homestuck Beyond Canon, actually really like that a lot.
Homestuck 2, I haven't read it. From what I've seen, it's alright. I would work on it if they paid me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if I'd say that. I have been so busy, and that has really, like, drained my ability to do a lot of stuff, so... which, like, is okay. I'm okay with that. I have real-life stuff that's become more of a priority, and that happens sometimes.
I've just grown more respect for the people.
I'd fucking do it. I mean, fuck. I feel like I'd have to do it for my 15-year-old self. You know? If I ever got the chance to write music for Homestuck, I would need to make my teenage self proud.
I don't know.
Your teenage self was obsessed with Homestuck, so you don't.
No,
you don't
my
owe it to
teenage
anyone.
self was obsessed with Star Fox.
And that's not gonna have a game that is gonna hire you.
Star Fox hasn't had a good game since like Star Fox 64, man. That they have really fallen flat with that franchise, which sucks because it has so much potential.
I was lucky I was an Xbox kid. I avoided all of this.
I was...
My 9/11 was Halo 5.
I was an Xbox college student because the Xbox came out when I was in college. So I shifted, so I was a Nintendo and computer kid. And then when I got into college, I started playing Xbox, and I had a Dreamcast, and I did have a GameCube at one point, and a Wii. I had a lot of stuff, but Star Fox 64 was a top-tier game, and it remains a solid game. And
I've gotten more respect. Nope.
No, I was just going to say everything that came after kind of sucked.
So I've just gotten more respect for the people that work on Homestuck, not even, like, from interacting with them, just from being in a more leadership role on my personal projects. I understand how hard this shit is now.
Yeah, no.
It is so fucking hard.
And like, it's maintaining a team of people who are not doing something full-time is, like, a lot of work. And then also, like, I find that I have a lot less... not that I ever had respect for, like, people in the fandom being shitty and awful, because that was always terrible, but, like, I feel like my patience for it has gotten thinner and thinner over time, where it's like, I feel like there was a point a few years ago where it's like, okay, I can understand why you might feel that way, and you feel like your grievances are legitimate, to just, like, at this point, it's like, just shut the fuck up and stop. Like, if you're getting to the point where you're miserable about something, either find a way to not be miserable about it in a fucking fandom, or
make something new about it,
or just go do something else. Like, it's like, okay, I don't understand. Like, if you're like, what do you want exactly at a certain point? It's like, do you feel like there's this idealized, like, fandom perfect world that you're denied somehow? Like, that's not how that works. Like, you're in a community full of other people. Sometimes things are gonna change over time. You either decide to deal with it or don't. Like,
a lot of teenagers need to learn how to hit the unfollow button.
Yeah.
True. That's why I kind of get irked just by rewrites of Homestuck stuff at a conceptual level.
Yeah.
if you're putting this much effort into like some self-aggrandizing sense of I can do it better, you can make something new that's just equally as good.
Yeah, and like you know, your the motivation for your project, like I think one of the things about Friendsim 2 that I tried to very hard to stay away from is like the idea of like it was never about fixing something or about like, you know, I obviously trying to sort of like one up myself as far as like, can I do this insane thing in Renpai? But like at the end of the day, it's a game that takes place after Friendsim and PesterQuest have happened and does not walk back the things that happened in those games. Like, there's a lot of, like, poking fun at MSPAR because MSPAR does some, like, stupendously dumb shit just because they're obsessed with friendship and, like, a weirdo.
But, like, that's all in good fun.
But that, like, at the end of the day, it's like, and there's some jabs at, like, the fucking trial sequence in Act 2, and, like, but even that's not like, oh my god, this was, like, irredeemable.
I'm making a game of trial sequences. I know how it feels.
The trial sequences are hard to do. Like, I
You know what we should do now that the whole game's out?
What?
We have to release that little bit of the fucking...
Oh, the fake... Yeah, so there's content in Volume 12. Originally, there was going to be a, like, another version of the sort of fake sequence that wasn't Technicolor Heart, but it was, like, a series of sort of vignettes of, like, weird hallucinatory shit happening, and one of them was a court sequence with Tizius and Segura that Anna and I did voicing for.
Yeah.
And it got fully recorded and was, like, working, and then I scrapped it because I did Technicolor Heart. Which, to be clear, way better as a decision.
Oh yeah, Technicolor Heart was fantastic.
You know, didn't exist at the time, so.
Ace Attorney stuff for like a visual novel is also just kind of hard to program.
It can be annoying if you do not have the, if you don't have the tooling for it. So like, all of the,
I don't. If I had a dedicated programmer helping me out, my demo would be out by now.
Like I did the oh yeah, Lucida in chat says, when your idea comes from a place where you feel like you have to fix something, it's kind of condescending. Project that's come for creativity or admiration are way better and more enjoyable. Like, I think that it's like, if you're making something because you're like, hey, I have this spite towards something, and like the, you know, this is the real way to do it. Like, I feel like that's a very, like, it's an attitude that is very hard to sustain. And like it burns out very quickly, and it tends to create content that feels like bitter. And I don't know that that's like great, because it you know, there's a type of creativity and content that you make that has like a bitterness to it that is intentional. You know, I think that like or a hostility to it. Like, I don't think that you would argue that fucking Fear and Hunger is a particularly like happy game. But like, it's not that it's not being spiteful towards something that already exists in a, oh, this is so dumb and I could do better kind of way. Because like, even if that's true, it feels so just shallow.
It's also these games have like teams of people working on them.
Yeah. And like, you know, you appreciate how much work it is. Like I was saying before, I started to say that the series itself would make references. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, all the references to MSPAR like doing dumb shit is like, not that like, aha, that was bad writing, but like MSPAR is a ridiculous character. And you know, they do stuff that is like complete nonsense sometimes. But like I was saying before, that I've been involved earlier in my fandom career. I was involved in a few different fan games that none of them came out. And they were all very like, you know, they were very much like, they run the gamut. A few of them were very like, we're gonna do this the right way, and like, that's actually a lot of work and takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and they weren't well organized because that's also a skill that's very difficult. And they fell apart because, you know, it's hard. It's hard to make a game. It's harder to make a game when you don't really like what you're making. Like, just disliking something else isn't enough. You need to also like what you're doing. And, you know, that's the thing about working on Friendsim 2. Like, I wrote 300-something thousand words with Technicolor Heart.
Oh, you wrote
270,000 words. I wrote a lot of words. I wrote a couple long novels worth of writing for this game. Not because I wanted to spite somebody, but because I like the characters and I really like the world and I like exploring that. And this is on top of, I wrote a couple of novels that explore, like, a MSPAR-less Hive Swap, with a whole different plot. And
which inspired you to do Friendsim 2.
yes, that's one of the reasons I did this. And there's stuff I ripped from it, like the character of Petrus is from that, and some of the plot beats
I
are from
forgot
there.
Petrus was originally from Delightful Laboratory.
Petrus is one of the main villains in Delightful Laboratory.
Fuck, it's been so long since I read Delightful Laboratory.
I think he's blown up.
Yeah, right!
Jari, most tangentially of tangentially is an epilogue's rewrite, because it happens at the same moment in the story, but instead of like trying to rewrite it, I took the aspects that I liked from it and just went off in a whole different direction.
Yeah, like
unfortunately, I didn't get far enough to elaborate on it before some behind the scenes shit happened, and I had to stop. But you know,
I've seen, like, some people really they want to, you know, they want to do more Friendsim, which is fine. That's not really what we wanted to do. Like the whole, like, why does MSPAR lose their powers? It's like, and like, oh well, but the crowbar can't do that. That's not, like, canon. And it's like,
could be.
Yeah, sure, but, like, in order to make the narrative feel like it had some stakes and it needed to, like I didn't want MSPAR I didn't want to write around MSPAR's powers and how to, like, work that into an interesting narrative when they can just kind of, like, teleport anywhere and do anything, especially with the whole, like, you know, First Guardian powers. So my solution was to take that away from them and then force them to have to deal with never having that back, both in terms of, like, the immediacy of the narrative, but also, like, the realization that they're never going to get that back. So, like, that was the approach I took, and, like, I don't know. I feel like the structure of the narrative would have been very different if they'd had the ability to, like, teleport anywhere. So, yeah. It's I don't know. Make decisions, and then deal with them. That's writing, baby. Like, and I don't know. You can definitely go in different directions with that. It's just that's the direction that we chose to go. Like, there's a document for the team that is basically, like, the outline of all the routes, along with, like, the key people involved in each of them in the team. But then also it has, like, a brief, like, how do you go from one point to the next? So it has, like, how does this route flow into the next one? Along with a basic, like, description of what happens during the route. So yeah, that was always kind of, like, there from the beginning, was the idea that these routes are going to flow naturally from one to the other, and, like, how do you make that happen? Because that's kind of what the original Friendsim did, is MSPAR is just kind of, like, wandering around, like, running into people.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have powers in the beginning.
Yeah, they didn't have powers until Pester Quest.
Exactly. So.
Which I have in my Steam library for, like, years, and I've never even installed. I never got around to it.
I played it as it was releasing.
I live dubbed it. I spent way too long editing those. People still watch them.
That's cool.
I still get views on those live dubs.
But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy the Friendsim characters. I wanted to explore the outcome there. Obviously, this is a very different direction than Act 3 goes. And even a very different direction than Act 1 and 2 go, because, like, those are a different continuity. So, like, you know, they're all different takes on the same basic premise, which is fine. They don't There doesn't have to be a single true path through this.
I mean, that's the whole point of Homestuck is all timelines are equally valid.
So, like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff, too, to play around with, like, conceptually, in terms of, like, MSPAR as a character and stuff. Listening to your reading it is fun. Yeah, you got a compliment on your voice.
Oh, yay!
For your live dubs.
Those live dubs were a lot to edit. The Hype Swap Act 2 live dub was a lot to edit.
Yeah,
like, more
that
so
was
than more so than
Hype
Test
Swap
for Press
is
1.
I don't know. I like it.
I do not think I will be doing a live dub for Act 3 when that comes out. That just the thought of it just tires me out. I can't imagine doing another massive edit like that.
Yeah, and we've got our own stuff going
Yeah, I got
on.
my own shit to edit.
So, I think we might call it for the night because I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty hungry and I'm pretty tired. I didn't sleep well last night.
Passover is officially ended.
Yeah, you can have rice.
So I'm not gonna have rice, but I might have noodles and maybe pizza. I don't know, something. Trent wants pizza. Well, yeah, we're still getting Thai food.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm gonna go walk and bring him pizza. So yeah, but no, I appreciate everyone coming and listening through this. I had fun streaming the final volume. Hope people enjoyed watching it. And
thank you for sticking by us for so long.
yeah, this has been cool. Good stuff. I'm glad we got to finish it. I'm glad the game is just done. In terms of having it, completed for everyone. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with us and listening to us talk. Thank you to my, I guess, co-hosts here. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all want to plug stuff? I know we did this basically like a week ago, but
different people were on the stream.
Different
people were watching the stream.
So yeah, why don't y'all go and plug your shit if you want?
I'll just plug my Blue Sky because all of my stuff is so in wraps that I just don't want to talk about it. Apart from like broad strokes, I'll just post my Blue Sky.
Yeah. What's your Blue Sky?
zaranerd.grimdorks.net.
Cool. And you have commissions open right now, don't you?
I do, because my hands work again.
That's always good. I'm gonna drop your link in the chat. Yeah, one of our talented artists, who's currently taking commissions. Very, very, very pleasant to work with. Very good stuff. So I would highly recommend. And
people say I work fast.
You do work fast.
Something very important in a person.
Yeah.
You're commissioning.
Unless it's making the game, then a minor bug that somebody can fix in 2 minutes takes me a week, and I'm not joking.
Different kind of skill set.
Not your thing. I mean, your thing, but it's not your like. You know what I mean. I can write a song in a night, but it takes me like weeks to write something with words.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is not my channel, but I guess I don't really have anything to plug, honestly. I am this was my big thing, which is now ending. I'm on a podcast that Anna is also on.
I was about to plug that when
so
we get too much.
Anna's gonna plug that because that's what I do with my free time these days.
So, if any of you are wondering what me and Janaya are up to lately, show of hands, who likes lesbians with guns?
Always a good pitch.
So it's a actual play podcast set in the Avatar: The Last Airbender universe, specifically around the time of Legend of Korra. And there are guns in the Avatar universe now. And Janaya plays a lesbian with a gun.
I do. Yeah, it's a post Legend of Korra Atla actual play podcast coming in a few months.
Yeah, it's hitting the Bard Rock Network in September. And if you like the idea of crime and making billionaires unhappy and gay shit. There's a lot. Like, basically, just imagine if you watched Legend of Korra and were disappointed that Korrasami was not nearly as gay as you thought it was going to be, we take that vibe and we make it so much gayer. There are a total of 2 straight couples in the entire series, and both of them are divorced.
I love how you lead with this, even though technically it's not like the main focus of the game at all.
Okay, but I don't want to spoil the entire plot.
Yeah, that's true. It's good. I think
I can hook people with lesbians with guns.
It
even if only one lesbian has a gun.
If you are interested in the Avatar world, especially the later like Korra era, it explores like kind of the political implications of that universe, and like it explores it from a perspective of people who are not the Avatar. So you've got 3 randos basically, and their journey through like dealing with the shifting balance of power and struggling with like moral questions and how to like exist as a person in this world, and all of the shifting stuff in the background politically. So like,
and a lot of people complain that Legend of Korra was a little bit too neoliberal. We're taking that a little bit further and making it a little less neoliberal, because we're not two middle-aged white men.
A little more willing to grapple with some of the political and moral questions of the universe in a way that is maybe a little more nuanced, or at least a little more like from a different perspective than them.
And of course, we're not focusing on the most important people in the world. We're focusing on an orphan
and we did add
with a gun who does crime, a girl who's the daughter of a rich lady who's dealing with a legacy of her rich lady family, and an airbender who plays the flute.
Yeah, we did actually, like, I know we were talking about, like, we added guns to the setting, but, like, not just in a, haha, wouldn't that be funny, but, like, a actual, like, what does this mean in terms of the, like, technology versus control of the elements, and, like, the balance of power, and how does that change things? Because those were always questions that were kind of batted around, but we're grappling with them very directly.
I've never seen the show, so I can't comment. I was like a Cartoon Network Disney kid growing up, so.
The show. It's good. A lot of people criticize it too much.
Shows are so long.
But
it's good stuff. I'm one of the weirdos who likes The Legend of Korra better than I liked Atwa. And I stand by that. I don't necessarily think it's a better show. I think it's to me, more interesting show. But that is a very personal preference. So
I think the reason why Atla is a better show is because the network allowed it time to breathe.
It is
Korra
better
very
paced.
easily could have been a better show if Nickelodeon was not
a
fucking asshole.
100%. Like, I think Atla is a better paced show, and it is like more tightly edited and written. But like, I think to me Korra is way more interesting. And like the fact that it is at least sometimes willing to be like
way more nuanced.
Yeah, like it gets into some interesting territory that I think is really cool. So,
but yeah, we're grabbing that, running with it, we're turning it into an actual play, and because I personally don't like actual plays, I'm editing it to make it sound like there's like no table talk, because I just want the narrative. Just pure, unadulterated narrative.
We're not like other actual plays. No, we're like a narrative focused actually.
Yeah, we're very narrative focused.
But we're also the Avatar Legend system is a Powered by the Apocalypse system, which those definitely lend themselves for more narrative focus.
And even if you aren't interested in lesbians with guns, if you like my voices, I do a lot of voices.
Yeah.
Because I'm DMing. So basically, I get to pull out literally every voice from my roster and then some.
I get to play one character and actually develop her and explore who she is as a person, which is not something you necessarily get to do a lot when you're doing things like writing big ensemble casts. Yeah. So it's a fun change of pace for me, because I don't usually get to be a performer in this kind of like develop the character sense of the word.
Unfortunately, none of the voices I do are Vriska.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I haven't done a Vriska.
Find a Vriska one day.
Vriska just doesn't fit in the universe.
Nope, she sure doesn't.
Though, I mean, there are points where I had to pull a bunch of Southern accents out of my ass, so Skyla definitely shows up somewhere in there. Yeah, Janaya decided to make Earth Kingdom accents.
I made the
Southern
Earth Kingdom accents the Southern accent as a bit, and then it stuck. So, get fucked.
You haven't done a Vriska yet. Yeah. I just have to find a place for a Vriska.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna call it.
Yeah, we should
it's
it.
8:00 and I'm starving. But yeah, Zara, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Arrow who has stepped off, but yeah, she was here for a little bit, just hanging out. And thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're part of the team too. I really, again, I want to say thank you to everyone. If anyone on the team is listening to this, thank you so much for all the work you've done. This is
insurmountable amounts of work.
Running this project has been a really cool experience for me. I've really enjoyed it and working with folks. I didn't know what I was getting into when I started this, but I'm glad I did it, and I'm glad that everyone. I hope everyone got something out of it, and I'm glad I got to work with everyone. And yeah, it's a little weird feeling that this is going to be done, and I'm not going to be doing it anymore, but I'll move on to other stuff.
You've got more games in your
I've
back
got
pocket.
lots more games in my back pocket. The question now is when I'm going to have the time to do them.
And once you know, you get a new job, maybe one that is better paying, and settle into that, then your brain can be free to make new games.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll take it as it comes. But yeah, thank you for coming on. Anna, thanks for hosting us on your channel.
As always. I'm not gonna give up an opportunity to make sweet ad revenue off this game.
Yeah, you gotta make a lot of money from those military ads and stuff that play on your channel, apparently.
I need that PragerU ad money.
Oh God. This stream is sponsored by PragerU Kids.
This stream is
oh God.
By that disgusting Bluey knockoff that Ben Shapiro made.
Chipchilla.
That for some reason Laura Osmond.
We're gonna do a Chipchilla watch party now.
Oh God.
PragerU Kids will love our gay ass.
I love
being
game. Gay. It's great. Get fucked.
I love my wife so much, my gay ass wife.
I love being gay and not Christian. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go and eat.
Yes.
This was cool. Thank you all for coming. When I don't know what the next time we're gonna be doing a thing is. It's probably gonna be Moment of Balance related.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah. We should do like a watch party when the first episode comes out.
Hell yeah, we should.
And I mean, yeah, I know it's a shift from the Homestuck world, but I would love for any of you, especially if you're regular viewers on my channel or just regular followers of me and Janaya's stuff, to follow us along to our next adventure, even if it's not Homestuck. It's still our voices and still our political leanings.
If you like actual play podcasts, you might like our actual play podcast.
If you like lesbians with guns, you might like our actual play.
There's one of those in it. So yeah. See y'all later.
Thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you all next time.
Bye.